All right, shalom everybody. Peace for those who love peace, and no peace for the wicked, the Lord said. I hope you hear me very well. Please invite your friends. For me, it's very early in the morning, and I say, let me drink my coffee with you. In the same time, maybe we have some coffee with the Abdul. I got a video here by a guy. He claimed that he is a scholar. His name is Adnan Rashid. He will not dare even to say hello to me. Just to start, for a snack. Look what he is saying in this video.
The first one to openly come out and say, we reject hadith, we don't accept hadith at all, was a man called Abdullah Shakralawi, who came up with this idea. There's a hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There will come a time when people will be leaning on cushions and they will be saying, I do not accept the sunnah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Quran is enough for us. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam foretold. Some of the scholars in India, in the subcontinent at the time when Abdullah Shakralawi literally would give lectures leaning on a cushion, and he would be saying to people, I don't accept hadith, Quran is enough for us. And some ulama pointed out.
I mean, look at the prophecy of a Prophet Muhammad. He was literally sitting, leaning in the cushion. I mean, out of what, 1 billion, there's one is leaning in the cushion and say, I don't accept hadith. Just to show you how stupid you are. You are sitting in the couch, leaning in a cushion, and you are the one who reject hadith. This is your video, you idiot. Making a speech about the age of Aisha, and you reject the hadith. I mean, do you see how stupid those people? So he's now attacking those who reject the hadith, saying this is the first one who started this cult. Shameful. But then this coward himself, when we speak about the age of Aisha, he denied the hadith. So who is the one who reject the hadith? You.
She was not 9, she was 18. You know, they come up with these theories that Aisha could not have.
She was 18? Aisha, she was 18? Are you sure?
You know, by the mere virtue of having relations with a child. And we will see
between two bracket, a child between two bracket. Aisha at the age of 6 is not a child. She is a growing woman.
See how that works. We will see whether Aisha was a child, whether marrying younger women was a crime, whether he did something wrong, and if he did something wrong, was he criticized? And if he was criticized, when was he criticized for this? And if he was not criticized, why was he not criticized?
That's deep.
These are some of the questions we will address. But before we address all these questions, something has to be established. There is a modern movement now among Muslims. Some Muslims are doing it out of their sincerity, their love for the Prophet. They simply wash away their hands. They wash their hands away, from hadith. They throw away the baby with the bath water. They say hadith literature is not trustworthy. Therefore, Aisha was not 9. She was 18. They come up with these theories that Aisha could not have been 9. And they do all these calculations.
She was 6, you idiot, not 9.
They find weaker reports within the...
In fact, she was 5. Because 6 in Islamic calendar is 5 in our calendar.
Islamic literature to substantiate the view. Okay, and they make insinuations or they make inferences using weaker, indirect, vague evidence to make a specific points.
Did you hear what he said? He just said weaker, which means weaker hadith. So who is the one who denied the hadith? All of you, including you. So the hadith is the game of the Muslims. When something sweet them, they approve it and they praise it. If the hadith will make Islam look stupid, they will say it is weak. Now, whatever he was saying, this guy is not worthy even to listen to. But I just wanted to start this for a snack to show you how Muslims are really suffering from diarrhea of hadith, because there is too many diarrhea to clean. Your prophet, he is a diarrhea prophet. In fact, one of the funny things about Muhammad, he don't want the Muslims to write the hadith. And we have a proof of that. And this is authentic. As you see, all of this is authentic. So Muhammad, he told them, don't write anything I say except the Quran. And whoever write something, he should efface that, narrate from me. For there is no harm in it. And he who attribute any falsehood to me, Allah will punish him in hellfire. But here you need to ask yourself, why Muhammad don't want them to write his hadith? Isn't it hadith is his teaching? Isn't Islam is not acceptable without hadith? In fact, this idiot here in this video, he is telling you that we have to take the hadith, otherwise we have no religion.
This is the fulfillment of the hadith of Rasulullah, his prophecy. There will be people leaning on cushions and they will be saying, I don't accept hadith, I don't believe in it. The Quran alone is enough for us, which is absurd. Parts of Quran can...
As you see, it's absurd to believe that the Quran alone is enough. So how Islam is preserved if the Quran is not preserved, the hadith is not preserved, and all of it is full of garbage? He just said it's an absurd to believe that the Quran alone is enough. So how the Quran is the book of guidance if Quran alone is not the book of guidance? Do we have any Abdul? Any Muslim guru? You Muslims, all of you are Hindu. You worship a man. He claimed he F all his wives in one night. In 1 hour, actually. Krishna, he claimed, or the Hindu claim, that he F 16,000 women in the same moment. So both of you are competing about effing. So I can say, without being rude, that both of you are effing believers, because it's very much connected to your belief, the power of effing and the power of your God. So why Krishna is powerful? Because he can F 16,000 women in the same moment. Why Muhammad is a prophet? Because he can F all his wives in 20 minutes. However, we have witnesses, first-hand witnesses, that Muhammad cannot even use his penis. And he never have sex. In fact, he have nothing to do with sex. He speak too much about sex because he don't have it. You know, those people who claim who have something wrong with them, they keep talking about it, trying to cover up. So obviously Muhammad was suffering from sexual disability. We have a hadith where Muhammad says, I was the most weak person between mankind in sexual intercourse. And then I invoke my God, Allah, and he sent me a dish of al-kufayt, which is shish kebab. I ate it, I get the power of 40 men. This is Muhammad himself saying that. So why Muhammad will say he was the most weak person in sexual intercourse? And how come? So Muhammad, he claimed now that his God, he sent him a dish of shish kebab, he eat it, he got the Viagra, and he can F so good. So Muslims, who of you have some Viagra so he can come to our stage in Discord? For sure you will not show us the power of sexual intercourse you have, because you have none, but at least you can show us how you can answer. Any Muhammadan? I don't know how many of you watched my previous video about the Hindus. Renounce Zionism. You know what device, you know, I don't know, you are stupid. First of all, you don't know what Zionism means. Do you know what Zionism means? I will shave my 20-meter beard if you know what Zionism means. Go, check in Google. You are just a stupid idiot. Just do you know what Zionism means? Do you like to call me so I can wipe your face with my butt? Mr. Renounce Zionism? You stupid idiot son of Muta. We Christian, we believe in the Bible. The Bible is the book of God. And the Bible says this is the land of the Jews, you donkey. Even the stupid Quran says so. I mean, even the donkey Muhammad himself, he announced in his Quran that his God, Allah, told him that this is the holy land assigned to the Jews. In fact, nowhere in the Quran mention the word holy except about two. Two, Jesus and Jerusalem. Hmm? Even the book of the dog Muhammad, he could not deny that this is the land of the Jews. And not only that, your God Allah, he announced that the favorite people between all mankind are the Jews. And here he is telling them how much he favored them. Read it. But you're a donkey, certified idiot. You go like a cat, meow, meow. All cats in the world, they have the same language, meow, meow, meow. Like what they are saying, nobody knows. It's one word. They don't speak two words. And you are the same. Zionism, Zionism, Zionism. But you know what Zionism? You don't know. They want to go back home. In fact, the Quran copied the Bible saying that Allah will bring the Jews back to their land, copying the Old Testament. Mhm. Chapter 17, verse 104. Potato. You see why we laugh at you? You are a certified donkey. Do we have any meow? You see, I'm not going to call you a dog because dogs have loyalty. You don't have loyalty. You are a cat. Do we have any Mohammedan? I know that this time people in the state, Canada, they are asleep, and people in Europe still they are asleep too. It's too early in the morning, and like in England, people are still asleep too early. But I said, you know what we will lose? Let us go for a snack. I know it's too early. I know. Yeah, it's okay. I'm drinking my coffee actually. I woke up 5 a.m. in the morning. Uh, your help needed CP, help EDIS TV. I don't know what EDIS TV. Is that the Indonesian channel? Hey Sean, how are you? Uh, do we have any Mohammedan? Hmm? Anyone? Who there? Any Abdul he there? Potatoes. So when the Quran says that this is the land Allah assigned to the Jews, did Allah make a mistake and by assigning the Jews a land and he called it Holy Land? Who is a Muslim wanna call us and tell us Allah he made a mistake? Hmm? Muhammad, the coward, is copying the Bible. Let us see, maybe we have a Muslim. Go ahead, boy.
Yeah, how many mistakes did Allah make?
Are you a Muslim or what?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim, but I'm going to Christianity.
You just said how many mistakes Allah made.
Yeah, and how many mistakes are in Islam?
I don't understand. You saw how many mistakes Allah made?
Both.
Oh,
It's man-made.
so are you a Muslim or you are an atheist?
I was an atheist, but I'm
You are what?
born in a Muslim
You are a
Muslim
Muslim?
religion.
So why you are asking how many mistakes Allah made? I thought you believe in Islam. So how you believe in a God who made a lot of mistakes?
I don't believe in Allah.
So what you believe in?
Hmm?
You just said you are a Muslim. So what do you mean you don't believe in Allah?
No, I'm not a Muslim.
So what are you?
I'm Christian.
All right.
A bad Christian, I would say.
Oh, okay. Let your dad talk to me. We don't have time. I mean, you call yourself boy for a reason. From all the names you can give your name, you give yourself, you call yourself a boy. Don't get married because your wife, she will put you in her lap. She will give you one suckling because you are a boy. But the rest of the business will be done with the neighbor. Little boy. Do we have any brave Abdul? Anyone? He have no life. He's bored. He needs somebody to talk to him. Sometimes he speak to the mirror. Sometimes he listen to his fart. Sometimes he put his ear on the sink to hear the whistle of the sink. Maybe somebody there. Dummy. Imagine this guy when they will get married. Just imagine. A human being, a woman, she will marry him. We need to find him something fit. Women from those free Palestine will work with you. Do we have any Abdul from the religion of the fool would like to join us? One of you send me this video. Look like they are just done. Uh, do we have any Abdul from the religion of the fool would like to join us? One of you send me uh, yeah, this is my YouTube channel. Oh, it's open here. Let me close it. Yeah, somebody asked me about look like Sam Shamoun start biting AP. Yeah, I told you. This guy, if you don't invite him to your channel every week at least once, he will bite you. Look like they ignored him longer than they should. So he start biting them. Right? Yeah, he would do that to anybody. You have to invite him non-stop every week. No, he don't have a bad mood. He's have a mental illness. You know, this guy. He is you know, he get jealous from people. Their channel is successful. You know, they go live, they have 1,000, 2,000. They go live, he have nobody almost. So he have to bite the guy. Invite him back, he will be very good, you know, to you. Yeah.
I also don't want to go to the movie theater by myself if I want to watch something. So if I do want to watch something and I don't have somebody, then I look over there. So it was very, very good. It was very.
Yeah, I don't know which part of the video they start talking about. But you know, this person, Shamshun, is a very shameful person. And I notice he is attacking him based on a personal issue in his life. You know, the guy getting divorced. So he start attacking him and making very, very, very trashy, very low class. So I say to you, stay away from Islam and stay away from Shamshun. He's a dog with rabies.
If somehow in your mind your threat to destroy me, if you think that stopped me, I didn't expose you because I didn't want to expose you. All those years I was still hoping this dude can repent, and if he can actually get his temper under control and get some like anger management issues and get some help with his borderline personality disorder, if he can get some help, he will be the greatest Bible teacher the world has ever seen.
First of all, this guy is not the greatest. I mean, look at the Muslim, they are using his videos to refute us. He claimed that Allah is coming from the word ilah, which is very stupid. And he switched words and sentence. So you ask him, where is the proof that you can have images in a church? He brought to you the story about the temple of the angel. But we know that this is not valid. Why? Because this is God. He commanded that. It's not somebody, not a priest. And this was to differentiate between the temple of the pagan and the temple of the Jews. And on top of that, that angel nobody even see. Even the priest himself cannot go to that room except once a year. Nobody stand in the front of it. Nobody put candles in the front of it. Nobody touch it. Nobody pray in the front of it. Nobody. So he is not the greatest in anything. He is just an idiot. And he switched. And I noticed, by the way, those who switch religions, or let us say sect, they have no scholarship, because there's no way you are a scholar yesterday to be something, and second day you are something else. That means you've never been a person of understanding. So those people, those two, they try always to put him in the leech. How they do that? They bring him from time to time to their program to give him a bone. You know, he liked to be praised. He liked to be praised. He liked to be, people mention his name as a wonderful person. If you don't do that, if you don't do that, he will bite you. All right? And this is what we see today. I told you before, remember? You remember, my videos are there. I said, time will come and he will start biting them. If they don't keep inviting him, he will bite them. You have to invite him at least once a week. And you have to praise him. Be careful. If you don't praise him, yeah. Why some put candles? No problem with the candles. This is not an issue. But images, the Bible says it clearly in the Ten Commandments, make no images for what up in heaven or down earth. The Bible talk about what images? Is that like for art? No. Is it for decoration? No. It's about images you use in worship. So the Bible command is very clear, So we jump over the most important commands of God, and we try to find anything can fit with our, idea, or let us say dictation. And here you see, here we go, he starts biting those guys. Soon, he will reach out to them and he will say, okay, let's forget about it, let's have lunch, the dinner together. Invite me, And then he will start saying, guys, I apologize. You remember what happened with this guy? His name, what's his name? The one who went with David Wood and Shamshun to Othman. I forgot his name. He was biting him, calling him names, filthy words, filthy language. Then David Wood, he took him for a dinner. And then he apologized. I was wrong about the guy. I was really, you forgot all what you said about it. Just one dinner. Just one dinner. But the dinner is not the important. The important is you bring him back to your channel because he liked to be there. No, not God Logic, no. Roger. Anthony Roger. Go watch how many videos he called him all kind of name, very filthy language, very, very, very trashy, and he claimed to be Christian. Just because he's a Protestant, not because he's bad or doing something, no, because he's a Protestant. And now he will go. He he unleash himself on those guys because they are not bringing him. If you stop inviting him for more than a month, maybe 2 months, I'm not sure, and that is enough to make him lose his patience with you. You want him not to attack you, you better invite him and praise him and give him the microphone. All right?
Publicly judged and humiliated and exposed.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like any slight thing from anyone else, they need to be condemned unless they worship him. But he can be 10 million times worse than everyone around him. The rules do not apply. That's just what you learn about Sam over the years. And right now, it's they're telling me I'm going to say all sorts of stuff about them. I'll teach them. I'll shut them down before they do it, dude. Let me go ahead and say it here, Sam.
All right. Maybe we have a Muslim.
Yo.
Mm-hmm. Where are you from, my friend? You are a Muslim?
Of course. Alhamdulillah.
What does that mean, Alhamdulillah?
It means all praise to the Lord.
Okay, let us analyze the word you just gave me. This is something appear in chapter 1, verse number 2 in the Quran. Is that correct?
Sorry?
What you just said to me appear first time in the Quran in chapter
Wait,
1.
I'm sorry. Are you live right now?
No, I'm dead right now. It appear.
No, are you live on YouTube?
Yes, I'm live, yes.
Okay.
So, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Can you explain to me why the word Allah is missing a letter in that sentence?
It's not. It's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Where do you see that?
Do you see my screen?
Let me see. Wait, it's loading. Yeah, I see your screen.
So here, Allah start with Alif, and then La, and L again, and H. What is the Alif here? What happened? Do you know?
Oh, listen. Yeah, I know. Because in the first one, it says Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It doesn't say El Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And then the second is say Alhamdulillah.
I see. So can you take letters out of the name? Can you take letters from name?
But listen, Allah, like, if it's like it's in Arabic, if there is one alif, al, and the word before, you don't have to put the alif with Allah.
I see. No, you see here it says Al-Rahman, Al-Rahim. Both of them, they are Alif. So you are taking rubbish. Don't teach me Arabic.
Yeah.
So here, listen. If Allah is a
You're
name,
talking rubbish.
if Allah is a name, can you take off letters from the name?
No.
Okay, so why this Alif is missing?
Because the alif is in the Alhamd.
No, here, the Alif here. You cannot move the. You just told me you cannot take a letter from the name.
Yes, but it's grammar.
What a grammar? You cannot take a letter from the name. That's it. It's a rule. You cannot. His name Muhammad. Can we take the letter M from Muhammad? Make it Hamad? No. Can we take the letter from Ali? Make it Lee? No. So this is the name. So if it's a name, we cannot take the letter off, right? And you agreed. Okay. So why the letter is taken off?
Can I ask you a question?
Okay. You wanna ask me a question to answer the question?
Yeah, but it's something about this thing about Arabic.
No problem, but let us finish this one. So
Okay, I will finish it, but can I say something?
Let us analyze it. Alhamdulillah. What is the name of your God? Li in Arabic mean two, correct?
You want me to answer?
Yes. Li. Li lah.
ابن القحبة. Your mom is a fucking hoy, little piece of shit, you know, dickhead. ابن القحبة ابن الشرموطة. كس اختك واخت جابتك ابن القحبة. Your mom is a whore. You fucking son of a whore.
You see,
funny,
I keep you in the stage. I can bounce you,
يا
but
حيوان يا
I want to
كافر يا
show.
حيوان.
I want to show everybody that a Muslim is a rat. The
You
second
wanna
you
show
the
everyone
second
that
you
you are a
corner him,
disgusting human being.
the
يا ابن
second you corner
الكعبة.
him, all the jewels of
You're a
the and the
disgusting
shit inside
idiot.
Muhammad come. You
You're a
have,
disgusting
you
idiot.
see, if Muhammad
You don't represent
made you a good
Christians.
person, if Muhammad made a good person of the Muslims,
Jesus is free from you.
you will not
Jesus is
speak.
free from you.
Just wait.
Jesus is
You
free
just
from
said
you.
all filthy language about my mother,
Free from
my
you,
sister.
you
I don't have.
filthy
You
khabath.
mention
You
all
son of
bad
a
things
whore.
because you
You
could not
dickhead.
answer about Allah. Listen,
Allahu Akbar.
as long you are talking about a
Alhamdulillah.
whore. Hold on, I'm not going to bounce you. As long you are talking about a whore. A man, he came to Muhammad and he said to him he wanna F Aisha, and I can show the reference.
That's not true. No,
What
no,
Muhammad
no,
did,
no,
I can show
no.
the reference.
Don't try. No,
I
no,
can show
no,
the
no, no.
reference. I can show the reference.
You are lying. You are lying, my friend.
I
You're
can
not
show the
my friend.
reference.
You are not representing all
Okay,
the
hold on.
Christians.
If I show
You
the
are bad
reference,
Christian.
hold on.
Jesus is free from
If
you.
I show the reference,
Jesus
what?
is free
Hold
from
on, hold
you.
on.
Allah يلعنك.
Okay.
يا حيوان. Every Kaaba. You love this. Are you alcoholic? Are you have you
So
drink
your
alcohol?
prophet is a pimp. The guy,
Are
he
you
said to
alcoholic?
him, he broke the
Are
door.
you
He
drunk?
broke into his house.
Are you
He
drunk?
said to him,
Are you drunk?
I want this blonde woman. Muhammad said to him, but
Are
this
you
is not
drunk?
right. This is my
Are you
wife. She is
drunk?
the mother of the believers.
You are drunk.
When the guy
You
left,
are drunk.
okay, hold on.
Speak properly. Speak sober. This is free from you.
Just get out of here. Let your dad talk to me or your mom give me breastfeeding for adults. So guys, in 2 seconds, he came to me. Alhamdulillah. Okay, what does that mean? Alhamdulillah. Your God name is Lah. Thank you very much. We go right now to Google, search for God Lah is the moon god. This is how stupid they are. They are saying, and Allah, he says thanks to Allah. Allah himself, he says thanks to Allah. Who's talking here? Allah. Allah, he say in the name of Allah. Imagine Christian prince, he go to somebody, knock at the door, they open, in the name of a Christian prince. Who are you? I'm Christian prince. Who? So why you are saying in the name of Christian prince? Yeah, I'm the most beneficent, the most merciful. I'm gonna rape your wife. Okay, and thanks to Alhamdu to Christian prince. Who's Christian? I mean, what is this? This is Allah saying that. Allah saying thanks to Allah. Allah saying in the name of Allah. So the second you put them in the corner, they start using their faithy language. They have a diarrhea. The first Abdul cooked in less than 2. He did not even say anything, the poor guy. He just said, Alhamdulillah. And right away we cooked him. Alhamdulillah. The Muslim, they made an article about how to debate Christian Prince. I wish I can find it again. This was many years ago in a blog. Says, if Christian Prince says to you the prophet is good, don't say yes. And don't say no. Because whatever you say, it will get you busted. Never say to him yes. Even he says to you Islam is wonderful. Tell him what's your point. What's your point? They are like a little cat in the corner. What's your point? Is Prophet Muhammad a good guy? Why you are asking? What's your point? Never say yes, never say no. Because whatever you say, he will squeeze you. The same as Jibreel squeezed Muhammad. I mean, even your prophet message start with gay behavior. A man, he starts squeezing Muhammad 3 times and Muhammad never complained. He did not even say, stop touching me. Shouldn't you ask him why you are touching me, man? Shouldn't you defend yourself? It's a man coming to you, squeezing you, harassing you. Shouldn't you fight back? He did not come to you with an angel shape. He came to you as a man. So imagine I am somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and then a man, he come to me and he said to me, read, and he started squeezing me. He put his arms around my waist as if I'm a girl. What Muhammad respond? He keeps saying, I cannot read. Didn't you say, who are you? Stay away from me, box him. How come when the angel come to Moses broke his wings, he took his eye out? Hmm? How come? Because Moses is not a gay. Hmm? Is that correct, Muslims? If we go to the hadith, uh, let us see. Why people leave Islam? Because Muhammad is a fairy tale storyteller. He is a fraud. He is a sex maniac, and he cannot have sex. Look at this amazing story. And as you see, this is authentic. Moses, he did beat the angel of death. Yes, yes, brother, true story. You know, it is narrated by Abu Huraira, the father of the cats, that the angel of death came to Moses. Moshe, respond to the call of Allah, the angel said to Moshe, which means prepare for death, brother. Moses, police be upon him, gave him, peace be upon him, and he gave the angel a blow at the eye. Peace be upon him, is fighting the soldier of Allah, the angel of Allah, beating the. Do you see, guys, the stupidity? Those Jews, not only they beat Hamas, not only they beat Hezbollah, not only they beat the Syria, not only they beat the Egyptian, not only they beat all the Muslims around the world, even when the angel of death come to them, they beat him. True story. So how come the angel came to Muhammad to squeeze him? Muhammad could not even stop the guy from touching him. How come the angel of death, he came and he took Muhammad's soul, and Muhammad could not do anything about it? But the second you say the angel of death coming to Moses, what Moses do? Yeah, Bruce Lee, you know? Yeah. Look, not only that, what the angel of death he did? What a potato. He went back, he went back to Allah. So it says here, he gave a blow to the eye, at the eye of the angel of death, and knocked it out. The angel went back to Allah, and he said to him, you sent me to a servant who does not like to die, okay? Look what he did to my eye, He did not believe in Islam yet. Those stories are true. I want to know how Muhammad went back on time and he witnessed this story. Muhammad was a time traveler. Any Muslim can tell us where Muhammad he got his stories from? Huh? What do you think? Somebody saying to me in the chat, the guy, you are disgusting. Disgusting? I don't know what is it disgusting to drink the urine of the prophet? You Muslims have article about the blessing, the holy urine of the holy prophet. You are talking about disgusting? Abdul, number one nation who pee on the wall everywhere because Muhammad used to do it. Hmm? The blessed urine of a prophet Muhammad. No shit. I mean, this is shit because urine is a form of shit. You know, it's a liquid shit, right? Urine is nothing but a liquid shit. Look at the benefit of drinking the blessed urine of our holy prophet shit. You see, this is here shit. Have you ever heard of religion so stupid and so disgusting and so wicked like this? The blessed urine. So what Allah did to the urine of Muhammad? He put his tongue there and he blessed it by his tongue. Who is a Muslim can explain to us how the urine of Muhammad is a blessed? Anyone? My prophet, when he shit, will make all the women go wet, and men they like to eat it, and his urine love to drink it. My prophet, when he shit, he is a holy shit. This is literally holy shit. And they say to you that the Muslims don't believe in Muhammad as a god. No, but they drink and they fight over his poo-poo. Even the hadith says that the earth itself fight for it. So Muhammad, he is doing poo-poo, the earth open its mouth and swallow it right away. I can show you the reference. Remember, this is a Christian prince. I have all the laundry of your fat prophet. I don't mean fat as a weight, by the way. I mean he's a choppy, but I mean fat with lies. I mean the body is not the problem. Ah, I forgot. In Islam, you have to have a nice body and a nice voice to be a prophet. Can you believe it? You have to have a nice face and nice voice. Muhammad claimed that Allah never sent a prophet unless he have a nice face and nice voice. That's why I sing all the time. Hello, it's me you're looking for. I was a prophet before, and now you can drink my urine. Hello, my urine is holy. And Abdul, you are a bully. And with time to make fun of you. Hello. How my urine tastes to you. It's a blessing, you barbecue. What a bunch of dummy. Hello. Any Abdul? From the religion of the fool? They drank his blood, they fight over his poo-poo, they fight over his laundry water, they fight over his spit, over his boogers. I mean, come on. He is the prophet of Allah. Even Allah himself, he wrote his name on the chair of Allah. Graffiti. Who is the first one who come with the graffiti? Allah. Allah, he made a chair. He said to himself, look, hold on. There is something missing in my chair. Something very big. I need to write a name there. And who is the name Allah will write? Muhammad. How we know this story? Muhammad, he told them that when Adam was created, Adam, he looked up, he saw the name of Muhammad on the chair. And the funny is that at that time, Arabic language does not exist. And looked like Adam, right away he is born, he knew how to read, how to write Arabic. Mean. Nobody want to use his brain. In fact, they don't have a brain. Because if you have a brain, you will never listen to this garbage. Bismillah ta'ala. No other person in history had many blessings bestowed on him such as were bestowed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on our beloved prophet. Ish, shit mean, shit. If the kuffar, that's me, We're aware. We are getting close to the Hindu self-awareness. You remember the Hindus, they call me? Hinduism, brother, it's all about self-awareness. Brother and sister, I told that guy he is an idiot. But this is Zakir Naik is not a Hindu. You know, he was a Hindu one day. I told him that Hinduism is a philosophy, and because of that, it's self-awareness. So you need to get self-awareness, you became aware of yourself. And then the whole world is illusion. What? The whole world is illusion. I mean, Hindu, Muslims, you are both are screwed up. Potatoes. Go watch my debate with the Krishna worshippers. You would die laughing. Do we have any Abdul here? Self-awareness, the whole thing, the whole world is illusion. Here we go. The Muslims, they are living illusion that the shit of Muhammad is holy. Now we know where some people, they say the word holy shit. This is literally holy shit. Isn't it? Do we have any Abdul from the religion of the fool? All right. Go back to what? We were talking about Shamshun. Yeah, I mean, this guy is an idiot, you know. Now he start biting them because they are not inviting him to his channel. Like, you know, he go to their channel all the time, right? He praised them. He don't talk about them. But the second you don't invite him, if you remember, when he spoke about me that I am a Zionist, why? Why he's saying that? He said I'm a Mossad agent. Why? Because I defend Israel, right? But the coward, he go to a AP channel. He never mentioned to him anything about him supporting Israel. He never mentioned anything in his channel about it. He go like deaf, blind, because he's a hypocrite coward, this Shamshun. It's a fact. For me, he was trying to find something to accuse me of. Oh, he is a Mossad agent. He could not find anything, you know. So, Mossad agent. I mean, this guy, he keep going to Israel. They invite him. They have interview with him in Israeli TV, you know. In fact, now he's invited by the Israeli government. As I heard, I don't know if it's what he said. But he never attacked him for that. Both of them, they went to Israel. I never went once. In fact, I don't think ever I shake hands with someone who's a Jew. All my life. Not because I don't like to, but I don't know them. I don't meet them. So he could not find something to attack me with, except I'm defending Israel, so I am a Mossad agent. He go to the channel of AP and David Wood like a puppy. He never mentioned, if I go back one time, hold on. I want to keep this here, just to show you. If we go back here to his channel, you go back, you will see Shamshun appear in the channel. Here we go. This is 3 months ago. It's a big mistake. You did not invite him for your channel for 3 months.
And we are live. I'm not going to play my intro music now because we've already waited for too long. It's been half an hour.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day or night or whatever, wherever you are, whatever planet you're on. I'm a little bit late here we are a little bit late here because we decided to continue and wait until they're done with the second debate that they were just having, and it just took forever. And they were spending another hour talking about how little time there is and whether they should wrap up or not. Like if you're worried about time, stop talking about time. You know.
In unit the Father and the Holy Spirit, and there is no salvation apart from you. As you have said, Lord Jesus, we believe, we affirm. You are the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father except through you.
He always start with this, like he want to pray to God. He is a decent man. He is a good man, to convince you that he is a wonderful person, wonderful Christian. But look at this hypocrite. He go to AP, who support Israel. He wear the hat of the Jews. So even sometime he wear the star of Israel. He defend Israel 100%. There's no question about it. He never mentioned that to him. He go like a puppy to his child. This is just 3 months ago. He don't mind. But the mistake of AP, he did not invite him for 3 months. How you do that? Are you ignoring the one who have rabies? He will bite you. That's the whole story. It's not because AB is bad or David Wood is good or bad, you know. I mean, he know them for many years, and they know him too. And I believe they are trying to avoid, you know, him by giving him a bone from time to time. He's just like a puppy. Yeah. And I mentioned to you before, he will do that, you know, soon he will start attacking them. I mentioned literally, if they don't keep inviting him to their channel, he will bite them. And soon he will try to fix it, by the way. Soon he will try to fix it. He will try to find a solution, because he's attacking. It's, you know, like, you remember when I told you once, the first job I get when I was in this in studying law, it was in a newspaper. So the newspaper every day write an article against Al-Qaddafi. Every day, every day. I mean, the guy is their business. And then one day, because I am the one who fixed the Arabic grammar for the newspaper, like I'm one of many employees, we have a, let us say, supervisor. He is very skilled in Arabic, highly educated. He check our work, you know, he check if we correct correctly. So I noticed that one day they start making articles about how amazing Al-Qaddafi is. And I said to myself, what happened? I mean, this guy was evil. He's a bad Muslim. He's making the Muslims in Libya not to read the Quran, but to read his book, the Green Book. Suddenly, Al-Qaddafi, he made Libya green. Al-Qaddafi, he brought the sea to the desert. Al-Qaddafi, he made the Nile River in the desert. Al-Qaddafi is supporting the poor. So I asked you know, the editor, said, sir, what happened? You know, we talk about him always bad. He said, oh, don't tell anybody. We just get a check, big check from the embassy. Big check. God knows how many $1,000,000. So those newspapers, you can call them scam newspapers. But for me, I was just looking for I'm trying to get into journalism because I like to, you know, put my voice out. And, you know, you start first somewhere, you know, you enter. So this was my plan. I will enter with little job, you know. I'm just a student now, studying my law degree. I start working with you know, fixing the publishing grammar and writing, and then soon I will prove that I can do something better, and, you know, step by step you go up. But I never thought that journalism is nothing but vandalism. So they smear the guy. He's bad. I'm not saying he's not, but they keep attacking you until they force you to give them some money. They knew that Al-Qaddafi is rich, very rich. So they keep barking at him until he gave them a bone. And this guy is the same. Those people are rich with audience. He need audience. He need to be celebrity. He need people to invite him. You don't invite him, you are a bad person. Otherwise, what is the business of this Shamshun to talk about this man? He's getting divorced. What's your business? Trashy, filthy. This is not a man talk, you know. This is a real man. They don't talk this way. They don't go that low, right? And fabricating stories about the guy.
Increase in us, shine in it through us, beatify us, to glorify you, Lord Jesus, and give us the health we need, the vigor we need, and the holiness to do it for your praise. Bless this session. Bless my brother. Bless his journey. Bless his wife. Bless his household. And bless my children.
He just came from Israel. Bless his journey. Christian Prince never go to Israel. The Christian Prince is a Mossad agent. Hypocrite coward. So he need them, and we have to praise them so they can praise me. You know, we have to praise them so they can praise me. And now it's going to be time for Apostle Prophet to praise him back.
Bless everyone, those who hate us or love us, to be.
Bless everyone, those who hate us. Are you sure? So when you make videos attacking people and speaking about their family, is that a blessing? Anyway, a very wicked person, mentally ill. Mentally ill. And look like he is he exceed the line, and he start, you know, this time he's not barking, maybe he's biting.
Judged and humiliated and exposed.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like any slight thing from anyone else, they need to be condemned unless they worship him. But he can be 10 million times worse than everyone around him. The rules do not apply. That's just what you learn about Sam over the years. And right now, it's they're challenging me. I'm going to say all sorts of stuff about them. I'll teach them. I'll shut them down before they do it, dude. Let me go and say it here, Sam. All this, I can never expose you for the stuff you've done because you'll destroy me. Dude, if somehow in your mind, your threat to destroy me, if you think that stopped me, I didn't expose you because I didn't want to expose you. All those years, I was still hoping this dude can repent. And if he can actually get his temper under control and get some like anger management issues and get some help with his borderline personality disorder, if he can get some help, he will be the greatest Bible teacher the world has ever seen. If he can just get his temper under control.
No, he is the last one to become a teacher of the Bible, because, you know, a person who twists words of God to make it fit with his agenda is not a great teacher. Let us say you have a good memory. You know, in my head, I have thousands of books about Islam. Right? But if I am lying about what Muslims believe, that will not make me the greatest teacher. That will make me a greatest liar. So there's a huge difference. You know, this guy himself, Shamshon, he keep calling me 1,000 times. You remember, the videos are there. He called me master. You are my master. No, CP. I said, okay, we are brothers. We learn from each other. No, CP. We have to say it. You are our master. CP, when it's come to Islam, you're our teacher. How many times you heard it? Right? So at that time, I used to think highly of him, actually. I defend him. Many people, they complain about him. I don't believe them. Because I don't go and listen to him. I never listen to him, actually. I never. Why I won't listen to him? What for? What he will teach me? But I know that he defend. I saw him, you know, with David Wood in AB. And this is how, actually, first time I saw him, you know. And I called the program many times. When both of them, they are unable to answer a Muslim, I call and I refute Abdul. For sure, the one who know him more, how troubling he is David Wood, because they used to be buddy together, you know. But I know that jealousy, money, all of those things is what the business is about. It's not about David Wood being bad. See, for me, if I speak about David Wood, I say he's not a good debater. This is not personal. I believe he is not a good debater. I believe that AP is not a good debater. They are not. And, you know, there's many debates there. Like David Wood, the last debate he had with this guy, Daniel, he asked him, is the Bible, do the Bible confirm the Bible? He said, no. I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say not the way Islam is confirming, you know, the Quran, confirming the Bible, but this is not a way to answer. So he, let us say he worded wrong. He presented the answer wrongly. I know what he meant. He don't mean really that the Bible does not confirm the Bible, but he said it wrong. And this is what debate is about. They will hold you from your word. So the second you make a mistake by saying the word wrongly, and you know that can happen to me because I don't speak good English, maybe, but he's born in America, he is fluent, he has a PhD, so there's no way his English is bad. So a debate have to have a special skill. So when I speak about David, and I'm not putting him down, I'm saying he is not good in debate. Actually, the major anger I have from him, it's because he made certain Muslims famous. Those Muslims, they were arguing with me. Why you jump in the middle? And then the result is Muhammad Hijab became so famous because of David Wood, not because of me. I wiped the floor with him. Mimi Hijab will never dare to debate me. All of those who line up to debate with David Wood or with AP, and you are my witness, why they don't debate me? What is preventing them? In fact, when I click in this video, the brother who sent me this video, it was about this guy Daniel is asking AP to debate him now, like you know, next week. AP he said no. Why this guy Daniel he don't challenge me to debate? They will never dare. They will debate someone they think they can survive with, and they will not debate someone who speak Arabic too, unless he know nothing. As simple as that. All right. You have to be careful. Internet is full of people who say to you whatever they say. But decency is the most important for us as a Christians. And when we say decency, what does it mean? That we don't mean that we are angels. Every one of us, he have his own sin. Every one of us. If we don't see it in public, if we don't say our sin in public, because, you know, let us say, I'm trying to always, you know, when we do something wrong, what we do, like if you go to the bathroom, what you do? You close the door. Because whatever you will do there is not nice. Not nice to others. Not even nice to you. Your own smell will be very bad. So a human being, always he try to cover his sin because he feel the shame. That's very normal. And he will not be proud of it. But then a human being who is full of filth and poo-poo, he go around and he try to throw his poop at others in order to make himself look better. This is what Shamshon he do. And I notice actually those two guys are trying always to avoid talking about him because they knew he will bark a lot. Just give him a bone. He will stop barking. But obviously they made a mistake. They did not invite him for some time. And that triggered him. You know, are you ignoring me? Are you putting me in the trash basket? You have almost 600,000 subscribers and you don't invite me? You go online and you have 2,000 people watching and I have 200? That is the real reason. Not because he is trying to correct them or trying to be, you know, a good person versus bad people.
That's what I was thinking. That's why I didn't expose you. When you say, I'll do this if you don't do, that makes me want to do whatever you're telling me not to do. when you threaten me over, that makes me want to do whatever you're threatening me not to do. I'm wired like that. I'm wired like that. And what happened? You talk trash about me and everyone around me for years, and I kept my mouth shut. I kept my mouth shut, hoping that you would repent. But now it's just clear you're just going to try to destroy like me and everyone around me, everyone I work with and stuff, just because you've got these massive abandonment issues that you never grew past the toddler stage. You know what's crazy? He has the exact same personality type as Mohammed. Like, I don't know what happened to Sam when he's young, but Mohammed, when he's young, he loses, his dad dies before he's born. His mom sends him out to some Bedouins. They eventually think he's demon possessed. They send him back with his mom. Then his mom dies. Then he's sent to live with his grandfather. His grandfather dies. Then he's sent to live with his uncle, who would have just basically made sure he survives. Later on, you develop abandonment issues. You can't stand the thought of someone's abandoning you. Like, what does Mohammed end up doing once he has the power? I'll kill you if you try to leave me. I will kill you. I will kill you under no circumstance. You can follow me, but you do not get to unfollow me. That is a death sentence. That's what happens. That's what happens with Sam. He gets an insane obsession with you if he thinks you've abandoned him. The crazy part is, why are people?
So yeah, by the way, I did not hear this part. This is exactly what I just said. And I assure you that David Wood, he know him better than anyone. This is exactly what I said. I did not hear this part, by the way. I was moving the video because I saw only little, you know, of the video, the part where one of you sent me. This is exactly what I said. You abandon him, he will bite you. He's like a little kid, stupid kid. You know, like let's say you are a parent and you have 3, 4, 5 kids. And then the mother, she gave a toy to one of the kids and he is watching. That is the moment he will go crazy. The toy should go to him. He should be the center of everything. He's like Muhammad. And this is their mistake. If they keep inviting him at least once a month, he will never bite them. But especially David Wood, he ignored him for some time. Like he did not bring him for I don't know how long. And I think David Wood, he cooperate with the apostate prophet to invite him, but you will notice right away that David Wood will not show in the program with them.
Why do people abandon him? Sam, 100% of the time when people abandon you and say, I want nothing to do with this guy anymore, what's the cause? You. Every single time. And you blame everyone else for saying, I can't be part of this. I can't be part of this. Guy's freaking sick, man. This guy's sick and mental. And people want nothing to do with you anymore. And then you blame them and attack them and spend the rest of your life stalking and harassing them. Yeah. And
No, this is not about a friend. The one is saying to CP tomorrow will be a friend again. No, they will never be a friend because they knew that he is a snake, you know. But he, you know, if you invite him to your channel, he will apologize. All right. This is not about a friend. This is how not to do it. Those are not kids, my friend. What friends? We are not teenagers, right? Those are grown men, and he is what? Almost he is 60 years old. So what tomorrow they will be friend? This is all is about jealousy and business. He is jealous from them. And you have to preserve for him a space. Shamshun, why he got upset from me? Do you remember when I said to him, he called me, I said, is it true that you are taking the side with Hamas against Israel? Do you remember? Before that moment, the man, he praised me all the time. But the second I corner him, live on air, about this issue, then a few days after, he started biting me and talking. I did not insult him, but I said, true? Is it true that you side with Hamas? He said, to hell with Hamas. You remember? So I was a good person for him until I questioned how in the world you claim to be Christian and you are siding with the terrorist. And you know that will do what? You know, ask yourself if you are a Christian. If Israel is not the one who conquer and took Jerusalem back, do you want the Muslims? Who is going to take it? The Muslims. Do you want Jerusalem in the hand of the Muslims? Is that what you want? Because there's no other two solution. Like, are you going to take it? If you are going to take it, no problem. So either you are mentally ill, stupid, or you are mentally ill, wicked. Which one? Any Christian, he preferred the Jews to take over Jerusalem for the coming 10,000 years, but not the Muslims. Look what they are doing to the Christians around the world. Christian in Jerusalem, they can go preach the gospel. Which is city in the Middle East they can preach the gospel in the street? Wicked, evil, satanic. He is a dog with rabies. If you don't give him a bone, he will bite you. If the Israeli invites Sam Shamoun will be #1 defending them. This guy, he loves attention. Yeah. And now he doing this with those guys.
I'm going to a show. I'm gonna do it, baby. Bring it. It's all coming out. Matter of fact, Sam, you don't even I'll bring out everything on myself just for kicks and giggles. Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, AP, D Wood, Sam Shamoun, exposed. All of us. You know what's crazy, man? Well, like suppose he actually had a legitimate concern that wasn't just to attack you over this, right? Wouldn't it have been like, wouldn't you think he'd be like sending you a message, be like, hey man, what's going on? You
know what happens?
You getting a divorce or something like that? Hey,
Guess what happens?
Is there anything I can do to help?
Guess what happens? I made a post saying that somebody is talking trash about me who has my number and who could just simply get in touch and ask me about this first. After I made that post, he sent me a message. And the thing is, Sam Shamoun has been over the years in touch with me on a constant basis and has always sent me messages about the most random things. Voice messages about the most random things. Text messages about the most random things that just happened through on live streams that people asked him. You know, whenever something comes up, he sends me a voice message and he asked me what is after I, you know what's funny? After I had a debate with Andrew Wilson, Sam Shamoun actually sent me a message. I'm going to get to that in a second. But this time, I pointed out that he could have just sent me a message. Then he sends me a message. And then he's like, oh, so are you lying? So is somebody else lying? Why don't you explain yourself? And I told him off. And I said, you asked for it and you're going to get it. But the thing is, back to what I just mentioned, after I had a debate with Andrew Wilson about Israel and Christians, Sam Shamoun actually sent me a message. You know what, guys? The very same Sam Shamoun who is right now calling everyone a Christian Zionist and insulting people for supporting Israel, he sent me a message after I debated Andrew Wilson, offering to help me make my arguments even better. And he told me that in his esteem, I actually won the debate against Andrew Wilson, but I could have made some of my points better because some of my points were sloppy, were not good enough, but he can tell me how to do it better. And he also on the phone agreed with me that of course, it would be the right thing to do for Christians to support the existence of Israel and of Jews. This is what he told me after my debate with Andrew Wilson. Ask him today what he thinks about that position. Right now, he's acting like a complete, like a groiper and insulting anybody who even suggests that people should support Israel and calling them Satan and all that. So he would be a Satan by his own definition a few months back. This guy is just completely unhinged.
Dude, no, I've known that. I've known that about him for years. But again, here's how it works. Someone is associated with him for something. Could be marriage, can be friendship, can be working together, something like that. that person will eventually realize what he or she is dealing with and say, I can't be around this. I cannot be around this. This is the most toxic freaking person I've ever met in my entire life. I have to get as far away from this guy as possible. And you can even do that. You can even try to do that as quietly as possible and just say, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'm going to go off and do my thing. I'm not even going to mention this dude. He can't accept it. He declares war. You abandon him. He has massive abandonment issues, and he becomes a stalker. He starts following you around, checking out everything, complaining about everything you do, going after anyone you associate with. Well, what happened more recently is he was I blocked him from everything, so he was contacting me through my wife, who, side note, doesn't even believe he's a Christian. She's known him almost as long as I have. She does not believe the guy is even a Christian. But I've never said, hey, go ahead and block him. Why? Because then she will be on the, she abandoned me list, and she'll become a target for him. And then I'd have to respond. This is actually me trying to protect him again. Look, if Sam sends you messages, you can just go ahead and relay those to me and stuff like that. Don't do anything to set him off, because then he's going to go after you, and then I am going to have to open my mouth about him. So anyway, but in his mind, I betrayed him by disassociating with him. So I've abandoned him, and I am a target.
But you know, here the question to Wood and AP. You know what Sam Shamoun, he made videos attacking me. Why you keep inviting him? As long you know, he will do the same. You know, he will do the same to you, and it's going to happen. Why you, you know, like, should I use the word surrender or submission now? So if somebody is evil, then he is a dog with rabies. So for how long you will give that dog a bone? Your bones. It's your fault. Cut him out long time ago. You know him. As long you know him more than anybody. For me, I do not know. I never met him. I never saw him. And I don't want to see any of such a garbage. But why somebody knows how he is and he keep up with them? Here we go. He's saying his wife, she was telling him, this guy is bad. So, and this is a great lesson that when, you know, if you think you can prevent evil by having good relation with evil ones, you are mistaken. It's like inviting a snake to your house, expecting the snake to behave. So I have to say, you know, it's your mistake. You promoted him, you invited him, you and the apostate prophet keep bringing him to your channel. Why? I will tell you one thing about Shamshun. Will make you spit at this guy. And I challenge anyone to say I'm lying. If you remember, the last time ever I appeared in David Wood's channel, it was me, him, and Shamshun. David Wood, he said to me, by the way, James White saying hello to you. We were having dinner together. I was shocked. And as I remember, I said to him, I don't want his hello, something like that. I'm not honored to hear. I don't want to hear it. Why I said that? Shamshun, he sent me a message in Skype, giving me a video from James White, saying to me, please CP, nobody can do it better than you. Wipe the floor with this guy. Wipe the floor with who? With James White. So I watched the video, and actually he deserved it. I wiped the floor with James White, and you know he's a Protestant, right? For me, it's not about you being Protestant or Catholic. If you're an idiot, I will wipe the floor with you. And then I find out that they are going out for a dinner with him. Can you believe it, how wicked this Sam Shamoun is? How you ask me to wipe the floor with James White in private, and then a week after you go and have dinner with him. But because Sam Shamoun do not know, sorry, David Wood do not know what Sam Shamoun sent me, obviously. David Wood, he said to me, by the way, James White say hello to you. Do you see how wicked he is? So he's asking Christians to fight with each other, and you stay away watching. That is the devil. That is a devilish behavior. The coward, he don't dare to go and fight, or let us say speak against James White. He asked, who is the one who can do it? Who is the one? We can push him in the stage. He is good in fighting. He will break his bones. And at the same time, I will stay clean and I go for a dinner with him. That is him. You guys seriously all sound like gossiping girls. Embarrassing. Well, as a K, I don't know, you are a stupid idiot. We are talking about real stuff, not gossiping. You know what gossip mean? Gossip mean I say something about you is not real. So you do not even know what the word gossip mean. You are a donkey. Tell your mom to give you something, you know, some vitamin, maybe breastfeeding. All right? Because obviously your mother, she is not giving you enough of breastfeeding. You sound like girls gossiping. You stupid idiot gossiping when you say something not real. Making things up. You are a certified idiot. It's very important for us as a Christians, the same as we expose the false Muhammad, is to expose everyone is false, because those can affect you. And the ones who present themselves as religious are more dangerous than the one who they present themselves as atheists. You see, atheist, he said to you, I go to nightclub, I sleep around. He is more honest than someone he claimed to be religious, and he do even worse. When they start talking in the name of the Father, huh? But the second you disagree with him, in the name of something else, right? Okay, Azaki, you know, take a hike, take a hike, my friend. You don't like what we are. As long you don't like us, you don't like what we are saying. Why you are here? You must be mentally ill. As long here we are doing gossiping, and you sit like a chicken to listen to it, you must be mentally sick, right? Don't go to a channel. You believe they are gossiping like girls. What's wrong with you? Are you a gay? Why you want to listen to those people? Who's forcing you? There's a million channels on YouTube. You are just a little dog, my friend. You don't like what we are saying. Are you bored? Check your wife. Maybe she is doing breastfeeding for somebody, like Prophet Muhammad commanded you. So anyway, I say that David Wood, an apostate prophet, made a big mistake by allowing this guy to put his foot over and over in their channel. And now you regret it. For me, if I know him from the beginning, I will never even let him say hello to me. But how I know? I don't know the guy. Oh, but I know that he defends Christianity, he exposed Islam. But the first thing I noticed about him being a coward, when he went to meet with Uthman. Anyone saw him giving hugs to Uthman? Kissing each other? Both of them, they are wicked. How this guy Uthman, he is defending Islam, and he accept to shake hands and give a hug, not, you know, they kiss each other. The video is there. And not only that, Uthman, he invited Sam Shamoun to his house to have dinner with him. Suddenly they are in love. I mean, what happened to all the tough words he say to Uthman when he make a video? You know what I mean? What happened? Imagine Christian Prince, he go to San Diego, and when he see Uthman, after all what I said to him, hey Uthman, give me a hug. How you doing, brother? Give me your phone. They exchange phone numbers. It's in the video. Right? A hug, a kiss, a dinner. Why you don't say to him, "You are a pagan. I'm not allowed to eat food of a pagan person." What happened to the person who exposed Islam? But anyway, so now David Wood and Apostate Prophet, they noticed that they made a big mistake by tolerating such a mental, I don't know what the word I should use for such symptoms, brain symptoms.
And I have to be stalked and harassed at all costs. You also, just because in his mind, I abandoned him and chose you. And so you're a target, but also he goes after what, anything that someone is like focusing on as something that they want to do in life, and he'll become the opposite of that. Look, AP, pick some issue tomorrow. Say, I really love Japan. Watch him become, Japan is the most evil place in the world. It must be destroyed. Why don't we drop more nuclear bombs on them? That's what he'll be like. Whenever he changes from, he was reformed for a while and then changed. And so whenever he's changing and then Catholic and this and that, look at who's involved with him, and look who has pissed him off recently. It's a reaction. It's all a reaction. You're dealing with a really, really weird guy.
So he's also in the chat right now, by the way. I think he stopped commenting after I pointed out that we all know it is him, but he has been uncontrollably commenting here in the chat with his alternative account, because I blocked his main account. And then once I pointed it out, he stopped commenting. But he is here. He's watching, of course. Sam, you know very well I didn't want to talk about you. You know very well David didn't want to talk about you. But you have asked for this. I know for a fact when David told me we're going to do this, I said to him, "Are you sure? I think we should just I want to just ignore it." David said no. And I know that when David has set his mind to something like this, it's going to happen. So
that's true.
You asked for it, Sam, and you're going to get it.
And it's crazy. 100%. This is on him. This it's the most amazing thing ever. I'm not like exact 100% of his problems are because of him, and he blames everyone else constantly. So anyway, look, that happened. So Sam messaged me through my wife saying, "Hey, hey, PBD wants to have a big thing up in Dearborn. We could take challenges from Muslims. So I'm thinking me and David, man, it'll be me and David. Like old times, we'll do it. And we'll take all the challenges from Muslims." And Marie made it clear that I am not and never, I'm definitely not going to work with him. That's when he starts posting, "Everything David does is a disaster. Nothing."
See? So he wanted to be in the image again, and David Wood ignored his offer. And why he is asking David to be with him? Because he want to be, it's about publicity. It's about being a celebrity. He is trying his best to do something with David Wood so he can be in the same stage. So this guy became famous. This guy became famous. This guy became famous. And those famous are ignoring me. Why you need to go with David Wood to the, why you don't do it yourself? And tomorrow he will say to you, David Wood, he know nothing. So why you want to go with him? Simply, he want to have the audience. He want to be the celebrity. And this is what happened now. I told you, they ignored him. If David Wood invited him once a week, once a month to his channel, he will never have a problem. But again, it is David Wood mistake and AB. I mean, especially David Wood, because he knew him. You know him for a long time.
Nothing ever works out. What a disaster. Oh man, if you want to fail, just associate with David Wood. It's like, you were literally just begging me to go do stuff with you.
He also asked me to reach out to you and to do that. So.
Yeah. So you were literally just begging me to go do stuff and to work with you again, so you won't feel abandoned. And then when that doesn't happen, well, I'm completely useless and I just do damage, and so no one should work with me. It's like, isn't that strange that? By the way, that's also a feature of borderline personality disorder. You go back and forth between, oh, this person's great, oh, this person's terrible, oh, this person's great, oh, this person's terrible. Look at his reaction towards, anyway, Anthony Rogers, he used to say, Anthony is our finest apologist. Why aren't more people paying? He's the best apologist Christianity has. Now, Anthony's not even saved. He's not even a Christian. What happened? Anthony stopped working with Sam. That's how he is. So anyway,
yeah. You know, invite him for a dinner. Anthony is a wonderful person. He's the best debater. He is a scholar. The dinner symptoms is gone. Anthony is the worst. He knows nothing. He's an idiot. He's not even a Christian. Somebody's saying, but you ignored him too. No, I dumped him long time ago, and he bite me. He keep biting me since then. Yeah, I don't. You know, I will never have. Like, you know, I can forgive him as a Christian. I can say, God, I forgive him. I forgive him for all the insult. But I will leave him to God, because he's not only attacking Christians, he's making lies about them. He's fabricate lies to frame you. So he is a very bad person. Like, I can say, okay, this guy don't agree with me with something, so he's angry from me, no problem. But you will notice that he will fabricate lies. Like he said, my father is a Muslim. He claimed that my father is a Muslim Shia. He claimed that what his name, Osama Dakdok, he showed him my picture. I spoke to Osama. Actually, I did not ask Osama, but Osama, he said to me, CP, this guy is mentally ill. I don't even have your picture. Since when? CP, did you give me ever your picture? I said, no. So he said, oh, he said, I did not hear it, by the way, but Osama, somebody told him that this guy said that Osama Dakdos showed him my picture. I mean, look how trashy he is. I can call Osama right now, and you can hear the conversation. He said to me, CP, please, did you ever give me your picture? I said, no. I said, how this guy, he say, I showed him your picture then. What an idiot. He's like Mohammed. Let us see, maybe we have a Muslim.
My Kafir friend, Christian Prince, how are you doing in Syria?
What?
How is life in Syria?
How is life in Syria?
Yes.
I don't know. The Islamists there are screwing the Islamists. Don't you know what's happening? Your Muslim.
The Islamists burning?
Yes, the Muslims are burning the Muslims. Don't you know? The Muslim Brotherhood getting arrested, the Mujahideen, they are subdued, going down in their knee to King Trump. Don't you know?
Oh my days, and you're left behind crying about us guns. Oh my God.
No. We see, we know how to use the idiot. Did you see your Syrian president, the Mujahid, coming to America, kissing the ass of Trump? Hold on. Is it true that your Syrian president, he came to America just 2 days ago, kissing the ass of Trump to relieve, to take the sanctions from Russia, from Syria? So look what happened. In the Quran, chapter 5, verse 51 says, take not Christians and Jews as friends or protectors. And the one who take them, he is one of them. So now what you Muslim do, what the Mujahideen do, you kiss our ass.
What did you say?
You
You quoted
Muslims,
it
listen,
as
listen. Am I
Christian
lying?
and Jews.
Am I lying? Is that in the Quran? Yes or no?
Tell me the verse.
We call
Allahu
it
Alam.
in front of you. What do you mean, Allahu A'lam? You, suddenly you are wearing the niqab of women, claiming to be mujahid female,
No,
and you don't
monkey.
know
I
what
can talk on
you
my
don't
phone.
know
I
what
can't
Quran
see your
saying. Okay,
tweets.
okay, read it.
I
Read it.
can't read it, ya حمار. I am not on my phone.
Okay, what the word ahmar mean?
Hamar is donkey like you.
Thank you very much for saying that. Is it true that Muhammad's wife, her name is Donkey? Zainab bint Jahsh, the daughter of the donkey. Is it true? Is it true that your prophet? Is it true that your prophet last name is Dogs?
Your mother got fucked by 9 niggers.
See? So guys, I am stating a fact. He is insulting my mother. I will not insult your mother because she might become my wife in heaven. Because Allah grant me any wish if I convert to Islam. So I might wish to have your mother on my laptop, or maybe she will do breastfeeding for me. So listen, is it true that your prophet last name is Dogs and his wife last name is Donkeys? So why you call me Donkey? If your most honorable people in the world last name is Dogs and Donkeys, your prophet is coming from the zoo. Now read for me the verse, chapter 5, verse 51. Read it.
Your mother is too ugly to be a
Read it, potato. Read it. I will make you. I will make you deliver a child before you leave. Leave it. So all of you mujahideen, Erdogan, the coward, he read the Quran, chapter 5, verse 51, and what he do? He joined the NATO. Isn't it haram to join the kuffar against the Muslims? You coward, son of Mutaz. All of you are hypocrite. So all of you, you claim to be mujahideen, but all of you, you kiss the ass of the American. Read the verse. Read the verse.
Now I can look for finally.
Read.
Oh, you believe? Take not the Jews and the Christians as awliya, friends, protectors, helpers. They are but awliya to another. And if any amongst you take them as awliya, then surely he is one of them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so now name for me one Muslim country is not taking us as awliya. Go ahead.
As awliya? With a Muslim country.
Name
Afghanistan.
For me. Name for me.
Simple.
Give me one.
Afghanistan.
Even Afghanistan, they are receiving. Hold on, I can show you. Afghanistan is kissing the ass of America. Hold on.
Okay?
So, okay, hold on. Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying Afghanistan is the only Muslim country left?
The holy Muslim country? No, I didn't say that.
So who is the one? Don't take the Christian, the Jews as boss and masters and friends.
Listen, I'm gonna describe it for you with one good example, okay? I am from Morocco originally, right?
Exactly, you are from Morocco. The king of Morocco. The king of Morocco is under, and the king of Morocco is under the shoes of American. Is that true?
الله ينعل الدين ديال ما كان مسنقحو.
Yeah.
I'm done.
يا واطي.
يا واطي.
يا مغربي.
الله ينعل الدين
كيف الشرمطة؟ ها؟ شلون الشرمطة بفرنسا؟ Guys, those people in Morocco, number one pimps in the world. Go to England. The first time I received a card, printed card in London, it was from a Moroccan guy. He said to me, call me. Those are my sisters. It was a Moroccan guy. I never received a card. The first card in London. I was walking in the street. Somebody heard me speaking Arabic. He came to me. He's a Moroccan. From his accent, he gave me a card. He says, call. Those are my sisters. The guy with me, I said to him, what this guy did? What is this card? He said, those are Moroccan pimps. They control the pimp business, fraud, fake passport, anything you want, theft, robberies. And then they speak about God. And their king is in the ass of Israel. Go check out the king of Morocco, how he kissed the ass of the Jews. But the Quran says, take not Christians and Christians and Jews as friends, protectors, helpers. Not a zero, not a Muslim country, not even one is a Muslim country left. Qatar, the one who claimed to be the Muslim Brotherhood hub, right? They have the biggest base for the American army in the world. And guess what? They don't pay for electricity. They don't pay for rent for the land. They don't pay for water. They don't pay for anything. Even the building is built by Qatar. Everything for free. In Turkey, there's at least 2 major bases for America. Erdogan, the good Muslims, he go blind with chapter 5, verse 51. The one who take them as a friend, he is one of them, which means he's an apostate. What about Azerbaijan? Azerbaijan, they kiss the ass of Israel to provide them with protection and support. Who is sending steel to Israel all those years to make bombs? Turkey. All of you are coward liars. If you follow the Quran, you are a Muslim. If you don't, you are not. The same for a Christian. If they follow the Bible, they are Christian. If they don't, they are not. Right? And when I ask you, give me one, you said to me, the king of Morocco. You coward. If you have dignity, you should not mention the king of Morocco. If I go to Google right now, and I type Israel-Morocco's relationship, what I will find? Astonishing. Number 1 Islamic countries who is so tight with Israel. Security, army, weapon, you name it, economy, is Morocco. How Gaza war brought Morocco and Israel closer. Closer. Closer, not it work in the opposite direction. All right. The new era of Morocco-Israel-Morocco relationship. Read, potato. Your king, he kissed the ass of the Jews. In fact, he had many ministers, very important figures in his government. They are Jews. This is Morocco. Huh? This is Morocco. This is Morocco. This is Morocco. All of this is Morocco. Hey, Netanyahu, how is Morocco doing with you? They are kissing your ass? Checkmate. A bunch of cowards. I don't take Muslims as a friends. If Jesus says, whoever take them as a friend, he is my enemy, I will never do that. But you Muslims are cowards. You are for sale. The second we corner them, right away they mention your mother, your sister, and the vagina. Right away, the word vagina. Your mother vagina. Because their religion is a vagina and their God is a penis. The Akbar penis. Allah is the Akbar penis. He promised them the biggest penis in the world. When if you convert to Islam and you die. In heaven, you will have penis. But now you don't have one. All right? Yeah. He ran away, the coward. Anyway, are we having good time, guys? Are we? See how you I don't debunk Muslims. I don't. I wipe the floor with them. I mean, even if we ask a ChatGPT, you will see ChatGPT is in love. Let us ask ChatGPT. Why Christians like a Christian Prince debate? I said a Christian Prince, the stupid ChatGPT says a Christian French. I say the Christian Prince. Oh, I say Christian Prince, he says Christian Prince. I say the Christian Prince. All right. Man, the answer is so long. All of this. Man, it's a newspaper.
Got it. You meant, why do Christians like Christian Prince? Here's the clear answer. Christians and even some non-Christians like Christian Prince for several main reasons. One, he defends Christianity boldly. Many Christians admire that he fearlessly defends the Bible and Jesus against criticism, especially when Islam or atheism attacks Christianity. He uses logic, scripture, and detailed knowledge to protect the faith. Two, he exposes contradictions in other religions. Christian Prince is known for his deep knowledge of Islamic texts, Quran, Hadith, Tafsir, etc., in Arabic, and he uses them to show what he believes are contradictions or moral problems. Many Christians appreciate that he can challenge Muslim scholars using their own sources. Hashner 3. He educates, his debates and live shows teach people how to respond to common arguments against Christianity, how to understand differences between Christianity and Islam, what the Quran and Bible actually say in their original languages. 4. He strengthens faith. Some Christians say his work helps them grow stronger in their belief because he answers difficult questions that others avoid. 5. He's brave and direct. Christian Prince speaks very directly and doesn't sugarcoat his words. People who value truth and courage, even when it's controversial, often appreciate his straightforward style. Would you like me to explain why some people dislike him too? Balance? That would show both sides, why he's admired and why some criticize his approach.
Should I say yes, guys? Let us hear why they don't like me. All right, he's still typing. We will click at the speaker when he is. Man, all of this about dislike me? It's a lot.
All right. Here's a balanced view showing both why many Christians like Christian Prince and why some people, including Christians, also disagree with or criticize him. Why many Christians like Christian Prince. 1. Strong defender of Christianity. He boldly defends Jesus and the Bible against attacks.
Don't repeat the same thing.
Islamic preachers or atheists. Many feel he says what others are afraid to say. 2. Deep knowledge of Islam. Because he reads Arabic and quotes directly from Islamic sources, Quran, Hadith, Tafsir, he can debate imams and expose contradictions. Christians who don't know Arabic find this very helpful. 3. Educates and equips believers. He teaches Christians how to answer difficult questions, strengthening their confidence in the faith. 4. Fearless and passionate. People respect his courage. He debates anyone, anytime without fear, even knowing some topics are dangerous to discuss openly. Why some people criticize or disagree with him. 1, too harsh or insulting at times. Critics, including some Christians, say he's too aggressive or uses strong words that sound disrespectful to Muslims. They believe this style can close hearts instead of opening them to Jesus. 2, focused enough on love and grace. The Bible teaches to speak the truth in love. Some say he focuses too much on argument and exposure rather than showing the love of Christ. 3, confrontational style. His debates often become heated, with mocking or sarcasm, which turns some people away, even if his facts are right. 4, anonymous identity. Because he hides his real name and face for safety, some people question his credibility, though others understand he does it to stay alive. In summary, supporters say he's a brave defender of truth and a strong teacher. Critics say his method can be too harsh and not fully in line with Christian gentleness. Both sides agree, however, that Christian Prince has made a big impact on Christian-Muslim dialogue worldwide. Would you like me to write a short paragraph you could use if someone asks you, why do people like or dislike Christian Prince? Something clear and neutral you could say in conversation? No, that's enough. First of all, we know that Jesus, he called people who they are even Jews, snakes, vipers, sons of Satans. So when somebody says a Christian Prince is not being so harsh, well, obviously you don't understand the Bible. The Bible is so harsh on those who they are against God. The Bible called those who they are anti-Jesus and anti-God, anti-Christ. We have tons of verses from Jesus. He flipped the tables on people around the temple just because they are buying and selling, not because they are Muslims. So imagine if a Muslims, satanic people are around the temple selling Quran. So only ignorant, they will see the way I do. Some people, they say to you, love. What love mean? You love somebody by making him wake up, by saving him, not by giving him a hug. Jesus was not giving hugs. And when Jesus come back, he will not be the same character as you know before, like the one who just gave a speech. Second time, when he come, he will come with the glory of his angels. And he will say, those who don't believe, bring them in front of me. And what will happen then? Slay them. What slay, man? Does that mean they cut your head? No, they will send you in hellfire for eternity. Jesus, when he come back, he will not be the one who give hugs. He will be your nightmare if you are against him. No mercy, because you exceed your limit. So anyone who don't understand Jesus is the one who speaks too much about love. For God, he loved the world. He sent only begotten son. They keep repeating that word for you. Yeah, well, he sent to save them. That is the love. So love is to save them, not to hug them. And how you save them? By facing them with the truth that you are wicked. The Bible teaches us to rebuke the wicked. Rebuke, not hug the wicked. So many Christians, they have a very false understanding of the Bible, that the Bible teaches love. You love by rebuking, not by hugging. If you have son and he's taking drugs, do you say to him, I love you, take more? Or you rebuke him trying to fix his stupidity? Right? So those who don't agree with the Christian Prince and his method, those are the weak Christians. They want to take one side of Jesus that he loved. But trust me, God, he burned cities. He did. Like, do God love the gay? Because they are sugar-coated people. Oh, God love everybody. Do God love the Muslims? Yes, God love everybody. Do God love the Hindus? Yes, God love everybody. Do God love the rabies? Yes, God love everybody. I mean, what? Okay, then
if God loved me, why I want to become a Christian? I'm loved anyway. Why I need to become a Christian? That's not the correct answer. God loved to save you, and that's why how he love you. But if you deny his love, you will be cast in hellfire for eternity. And then you have to be sure that the one who will cast you in hellfire, he don't love you. Have you ever heard of somebody love somebody, he put him inside the oven, burn him, turn the fire to the maximum? Is that what love for you, you idiot? So don't mispresent love of Jesus. Jesus don't love wicked. He came for the sick, yes, but he don't love your sickness. So when you decide to live as a sick person and you adopt sickness, then you are going to be cast out of the mercy of God, and you will be punished. And we have many verses in the Bible about God punishing the Jews, saying to them, if you don't follow my command, I will do this and this and this and this. If you read it, it's so scary. If you don't follow my command, I will do horrible things to you. Otherwise, anyone who says to you that God loves everybody, they are misquoting the Bible. Do God love Muhammad? No. If you go to the first to Deuteronomy chapter 28, but if you don't obey the Lord, your God, and you don't carefully follow his command and his decrees, I am giving you today, all those curses will come to you. What curses will come to you? Read them. God will curse you. God will curse you. Not one curse, not two curse. God will leave, he will lift his protection from you. You will be exposed. He do not need to do harm for you. He just leave his protection away from you. Right? So when you are with God, he says to them, I will defend you. I will protect you. When you are away from God, he will say to you, I will let all those evil, come to you with no protection from me. Deal with them. When the Bible says, if you turn away and forsake my decrees and commands, then what I will do? Then I will uproot Israel from my land. And here God is speaking to the Jews who they are worshiping him, not to the pagan Hindus or the pagan Muslims. If you forsake my decrees and commands, I will uproot Israel from my land. That's God's words. So they quote for you one verse and they don't dare to mention the rest. They will never mention to you that Jesus says the one who don't have a sword go on by one. They will mention, every priest in every church will mention to you that Jesus says if somebody hit you on your cheek, give him the other cheek. But they will never quote for you the verse where he says the one who don't have a sword go on by one. If you want to know why Christians became teethless, check out the teachers. Because the teachers, they promote one thing, false narrative about Jesus. That we have God who just love everybody, no matter what you do. This is not true. Do God love the rapist? No. Do God love child molesters? No. Do God love criminals and killers and thieves? No. Isn't it the Bible says that adulterers, idolaters, fornicators, even drunken will not inherit the kingdom of God. Even drunken, just being drunk. And then we have a priest these days, they say to you, so God love everybody. So if somebody is a gay, he go to heaven. God love everybody. Tell him, what do you mean God will love everybody? What is the answer? This is why if you go to any church, I'm reading the Old Testament, yes, but the Old Testament is a New Testament too, don't you know? Who said the Old Testament is an Old Testament? Jesus says, I came to complete, not to destroy. So the Old Testament is now the New Testament. Our Lord, he commands you to obey the Old Testament. So this is a New Testament. For Jesus testified that this is your book. So it is foolishness to say, oh, this is only in the Old Testament. Well, the Ten Commandments was given by God. This is not old and will never become old. When you say old, what do you mean? Like it's expired? No. God command, the Messiah says the earth and the heaven will go, will demolish, but my words will not. And the word of God in the Old Testament will never demolish. Even though the message at that time was delivered to certain people, because they are the only believers. When Peter he speak to the Christian, he speak to the Christians. Because they are the only believers, nobody will listen to him. So when he sent a message to Paul, and Paul sent a message to Peter, they're exchanging Christian belief. Christians speaking to Christians, not the pagans. But then the pagan, they learn about those exchange and they learn from them and maybe they believe. So many teachers are false teachers. And you know, we learned that we should not compromise. Never compromise. Because when you compromise, you lose. You lose. You see, through history, like if you want to look around you, why the Western society in some areas became so wicked? Because the Christians, they compromise. They've been given false narrative about Christianity that you should not oppose. Oh, don't. There's many priests that say to you, politics is evil. Don't go and vote. It's against God. And then who, if you don't go and vote, what will happen? Zohran Mandani will take over. Como, Kamala Harris. Those priests are the devil themselves. The devil himself trying to tell you, don't vote, because if you vote, your kids will not be brainwashed. And your school will not be under my control. And your university will not be my stage to teach false narrative. Because a Christian been taught not to vote by the priest, by the wicked priest. If you attend your garden every day, your garden will stay beautiful. If you attend it every 2 days, it's less beautiful. If you attend your garden once every 2 months, will become horrible. If you attend your garden after 1 year, your garden became the devil house. Is that true? And voting is how you attend your garden. Keep it beautiful. And when somebody he claimed to be a priest or high priest like the Pope for the Catholic, or a priest from the Protestant or the Orthodox, doesn't matter. Anyone who make poo-poo, expose them. If you compromise, then every day you give them an inch of your home. After 50 years, you will find yourself at the edge of your balcony. You are homeless. Never compromise. Stand your ground, Christians. Defend your faith. Otherwise, you have none. And when we hear, like, those stories about this guy Shamshun, those two, they compromise with this devil. It's their fault. They compromise. They invite him, they praise him to avoid him, to avoid his evil. But time will come and you find yourself, you cannot do it no more. Because too much. It's your mistake. Why you compromise? I hope that we as a Christians will stop compromising. When somebody says something not right, do something, say something. Don't let the wicked take over the stage and you shut up because you are a coward. Or because Jesus says to me, turn the other cheek. This is not what Jesus says to you. When Jesus spoke about turning the other cheek, there's a Roman law where if you hit, like not long time ago, if two men they want to fight over something, maybe over a woman or anything or honor, they challenge each other to meet in a place, and there's a judge and witnesses. I'm sure many of you watched those movies about old days. And there's rules about the weapon, about the approach, about how to fight. And one of them is going to win and the other one is going to lose. But why the fight is there? Because both refuse to compromise. And this is how our fight with the devil. Because you are not a loser when you die. You are a loser when you compromise your honor. When you surrender your weapon to your enemy, you are not only lost, you are not only defeated, you are their shoes. They walk on you because you are just a coward. You surrender. You cannot defeat someone he never compromised, even if you win the war with him, because he died as a man, as a hero, not as a coward who kissed the ass of somebody scary. You lose only when you compromise. I shared a video a few days ago in Patreon. I don't know how many of you saw it. It's about where the disciple of Jesus goes. What happened to them? You will see all of them John may be the one who was like not, he died peacefully. The rest all, they are crucified, stabbed, killed, crucified upside down. Why? Because they never compromise. So when Peter died, they killed him. Still, he's a hero. But if Peter surrender, he's a coward. So what make Peter a hero is him not compromising about Jesus. Not because he, you know, they just died. All of us, we would die. But he preferred death over compromising. Same for Paul. Same for all of the disciples. Stabbed, killed, crucified, tortured. But they never compromised. And that's what makes Christianity amazing. We win because we don't exchange Jesus for benefit. The second you compromise, that means you decide there's something more important. Priority. More than Jesus. And the second you do that, you are no Christian. I know my English is not powerful. I don't speak very good English, but I think my words are simple. So when we see what those guys are talking about, it's just another example of compromising. You let it go, you let it go. The second you notice somebody is evil, cut the relationship with him and throw them in the trash. Just do it.
That was going on. That was going on. So he felt betrayed and had to lash out, right? I'm pointing this out because you're in the crossfire. You're in the crossfire of he finally got the message. Like he's been thinking for years, oh, you know, David's just ticked off at me, so I'll let a couple years go by, and then something big will happen, and then he'll realize, oh yeah, we need to go back to being buddies again and working together, and we'll be on this. We'll go up here. Now I have it. Now I had the perfect thing. PBD, challenging Muslims in Dearborn. This is perfect. This is perfect for me and David. No. Oh, then it's wartime. So you had that, and then the other thing was the Turning Point, series, when it was God Logic and Inspiring Philosophy and me and other guys, and we take a picture, and Sam always, he has a desperate need to be a part of that, right? He wants to be part of the group. He wants to be part of the gang. He wants to be hanging out and doing stuff.
No, he want to be in the picture. Because if he want to do that, he can fly there. You know, this was an open invitation to anybody. You just go there. This is not about he want to be there only. He want to be in the light spot. How dare you not to invite me to be with you? You have big audience. I need audience. My ego, you know. For me, you know, I don't even invite people to my channel. I was invited by everybody. I don't go to channels. I say to them, I don't like to work with others. I don't like. Some others, they cannot go live without being serving somebody because people will get bored. Like David would always have to have somebody with him. Same for Opposite Prophet, because their program will become boring. I'm stating facts. This is why they cannot go alone. They have to have somebody. To make it more attractive and people not getting bored. And I'm not saying that bad, by the way. I'm not putting them down. I mean, this is how it is. Some people have ability. Like for me, I don't have a camera. Like you don't see me. Still you stay and you are watching. It's way more appealing if somebody speaks to you in the camera. You see him, you see his eyes looking at you, etc. Oh, I have a person speaking to me. But even that will not work sometimes. You need somebody, dialogue. You need somebody to, you know, to make it more entertaining. And that's what they do. Nothing wrong with it. But it's not for everybody. It's not for me. This guy, he want to be in the celebrity stage. Not just in the stage, any stage. Otherwise, he can fly, go there to buy a ticket. Nobody will stop him. Go, who's holding you? But he want to be with them. Do you remember the story in my book, if you read it, about Muhammad killing a man because of jealousy? Go to that chapter and read the story. Muhammad, he saw a man praying too much. When he came, the Muslim, they told him, this guy is so good. He pray all day long. He's a wonderful believer. Muhammad, he told his companion who want to kill him. What? This guy did nothing. Absolutely nothing wrong. He's a Muslim. He pray a lot. Muhammad, he claimed that this guy is the devil. So he sent his companion one after one. Abu Bakr, Ali, Umar, etc. Each time they go inside the mosque, they find him bowing down to Allah. And they say, we could not kill him because he is praying to Allah. We wanted him to stop. We are waiting for him, but he didn't ever stop bowing down and praying to Allah. Read the story. Why Muhammad want to kill the guy? Jealousy. He noticed that suddenly the Muslims are praising somebody, pray a lot, not like Muhammad. All day long is praying. Speaking about his ethic, how wonderful. So Muhammad was terrified that he will take the light spot from him. What is a solution for someone is a pervert and he have a sword? Kill him. Kill him. Mimi, Hijab, Ali, Dawah laughing at us? No, my friend, they cannot laugh at anybody. That's not true. We are not people who are doing pervert stuff. Those are the last ones who can laugh at anyone. The one who take Muslim women for hamburger is the last one can talk about anybody. In fact, there's a video. Maybe next time I go live, I shall talk about it. Let us see. The Muslim society is screwed. This is the video. Maybe next time I go live, I will speak about this. Many of you saw this man in the videos. This guy is a celebrity for Muslims. Omar Suleiman. Sneaky smile. And this guy, Yasser Burjas, he is a head of an Islamic organization, both of them. But if you watch the video, you will see how much wicked they are. And they are in trouble now. Maybe tonight I might go live again, and we talk about this topic. Nobody can laugh at us. When we speak about a wicked person, he claimed to be Christian, that is not laughable about Christianity. There's wicked everywhere. There's a wicked Pope, the same as there is a wicked Muhammad. But we cannot compare because Muhammad is everything in Islam, the center of Islam. So when we laugh at Muhammad and his religion, Muslim, they cannot replace that by somebody we are speaking about. His name is Shamshun. This guy is an idiot. He don't even have high school. What does this have to do with this? If you don't speak and expose the false ones from the Christians, then the Muslim, they will consider you a hypocrite. You remember when the Muslims, they have Mimi Hijab in WhatsApp? You remember the video? He mentioned my name. That his ex-escort, she is exposed him, and she made a video saying that she was in the Christian Prince video. Ali Dawah, he said, no, I know it's Christian Prince. 70 something, all of them, they are supposedly sheikhs, trying to help together how to cover up for the faith of Mimi Hijab. That is a shameful. It's a shameful when you try to cover up. If we know a priest is a child molester and you cover up for him, you are a child molester. If you expose him, that means Christianity is not people of wickedness. That means Christians will stand against wrong no matter who is he, the one is doing it. We are not the same as the Abdul. Do you understand? When somebody do wrong, especially he claimed to be a missionary. By the way, I'm not a missionary. I don't have an organization. I don't. I'm just Christian Prince. When people say to me, God bless your ministry, I get upset. Check my videos. I said, why you say that? What ministry I have? I'm sensitive with those words because I'm afraid that people will take me highly than who I am. Those titles are very deceiving. Minister, I find myself guilty to be called such a thing. Am I? Those titles, they scare me. Because the second you start accepting them, people to say to you, that means you are promoting yourself. Oh, I am a minister now. Minister Louis Farrakhan. I don't want people to call me such a title. First, I don't deserve it. Secondly, I don't show my name, my image for a reason. Because I want to serve and not to be known. I want to deliver the service, not to deliver Christian Prince. I am not the purpose. But those who they are seeking celebrity, their purpose is to be celebrity. For me, I avoid at every price. One day I will die and nobody will know. Nobody will go to my funeral. Right? When we hear ChatGPT says that Christian Prince, he have an impact worldwide. Worldwide. Why in the world I want to hide who I am? I mean, look at this. Worldwide. What I have done. I have an impact worldwide by being unknown. That's amazing. I never seek myself. I never seek celebrity. I never seek, taking pictures with big names. I don't go to channels. Many, they invite me. Can you join us? I say, no, sorry, I don't. I'm one-man army. I'm one-man army. All of those, you see, they have organization. Donation come to like rain, and they don't pay tax. Because this is the purpose of those organizations. It's free money. Zero tax. A lot of money. I will not be exaggerating if I say those people, they receive millions of dollars a year. If you watch this video here, you will see how wicked the Islamic society. So when we speak about Sam Shamoun, this guy has mental illness. Obviously, he has mental illness. He cannot accept that he is not on the stage. You have to put him in the stage. He's like a little boy, teenage, immature. If you don't give him toys, he will throw rocks at you. But those are different. Those are smart, wicked Muslims. Sam Shamoun is not smart, because if he's smart, he will not do what he's doing. He might have a great memory, memorize things, but he is not smart, and his behavior prove it. No man is smart will go in public speak about his wife. That is not smart. That is stupid, and it's not honorable too. And then he goes speak about other people's wives. When we speak about those Muslims, we are not talking about, like when we mention Mimi Hijab, we are not going after his family. No, we don't. That's shameful, actually. But when a woman, she go and says, he took me to the hotel, he boom me for etc. time, he gave me a McDonald's, and now he is not acknowledging that. That is not wife and marriage. This is just, you know, obviously they're evil. Otherwise, anyone who go after somebody's wife is a trashy junkie. What's your business? And how you know what's happening inside the house between a wife and a husband? And if your wife, she run away with somebody, you don't go around and say, oh, my wife is a whore, she run away with this guy. Your honor. When you say that, you are destroying your own honor. Let her go. Especially if you have kids from her. You are talking about the mother of your kids, you idiot. A man with honor will never do that. A man with intelligence will never do that. She commits sin, this is her sin. Divorce her. The Bible says divorce her. And done. You have to protect your kids. So if your kids one day, they are growing and somebody played the audio of your father to you, says he is saying that your mother is a whore and she was sleeping with many men. Man is not someone he have a penis. A man is someone has an honor. And if somebody from your family did something not honorable, that will not affect you, because not you who did it. No matter who, and no matter what they have done. When God, he created angels, he created angels. One of the angels decided to disobey God. Is that going to dishonor the other angels? No. But one is called Satan and the other is called angels. So the angels, they preserve their title because simply they obey God. And the one who disobey God is dishonored by God. And this is the case for you. Let us say you live in a family, all of them, they are wicked drug dealers. Let us say your mother is a prostitute. Is that your fault? No. You go to heaven, she go to hell. The Lord, he said, from their fruits you shall know them, not from their family. And here you see how those videos exposing how much wicked the Islamic society.
A brother named Musa who dared to do what nearly all of his seniors who have decades of Islamic learning and preaching the deen are too afraid to do: confront a so-called scholar about clear and documented wrongdoing. What began as a respectful question inside a masjid in Houston, Texas, turned into an hour-long nightmare of threats, intimidation, humiliation, and physical coercion, all in relation with Yasser Birjas and Al-Maghrib Institute. Instead of dialogue, there was intimidation. Instead of accountability, there was abuse. And instead of justice, there was a ban. Yes, After being cornered, physically restrained, and having his phone forcefully and illegally taken, the 18-year-old teenager was banned from all al-Maghrib events. This is the story they tried to cover up. This is the story of Musa versus Yasser Birjas, and it's time the world heard it. Just last month, inside Islamic Spanish Center, located in Houston, Texas, a young Muslim, 18 years old, quietly approached Yasser Birjas during an intermission of his Love Notes marriage seminar. He patiently waited in line behind a few sisters in order to field some pressing questions that were disturbing him for some time. His goal was simple: to ask Yasser why he lied, why he publicly claimed that Salman called the police on himself during the swatting attack at his home. A fabricated claim that led to my name and my picture being circulated in the masjid and in the community as a possible threat.
Hello, I just did something really bad and I want to end my life.
Are you there alone?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened? What did you do?
I stabbed my girlfriend several times. She's not breathing anymore.
Where is she? Where in the house is she?
In the bathroom.
Can you go see her, see if she's breathing?
No, she's dead.
Where did you stab her?
I have a gun. I will end my life.
Why did you stab her? What happened?
Just to make you understand, look how wicked those Muslims. They called the police claiming that they are this guy. And they gave the address of this guy, claiming that he killed his girlfriend. And now the police will come with the armed forces SWAT team and that can kill you, because simply they will invade your house with their guns, and if you do a wrong move, they can shoot you immediately. And that's what they're trying to do. They were trying to kill the guy by making this call. You see how evil the Muslims are? Those are Muslims doing this to one of the Dawah. He's a Dawah guy. He have organization. His wife, she used to be a partner with him. So they made a call claiming it's him, calling the police, saying he killed his wife or his girlfriend, and now the SWAT team coming with their weapon and they might shoot him.
I got the alleyway club. 41 is here. Stack up on the left. Police! Urban police! Urban police! Just hold it. Urban police!
See, the guy is sleeping in his house. He have no idea what's happening. You know, it's late at night. They broke into the door. They are coming with all the weapon you can imagine. If he made a wrong move, they will shoot you. They will not hesitate. You just said you killed somebody, and you have a gun with you. So the whole purpose of this call is to kill the guy. And who did that to him? Muslims. This is how wicked they are. Here we go. They arrested him.
I called the police to go and assist and help. We came basically with a report that's saying that.
Now this sheikh is lying about what happened. He's claiming that this guy, the owner of the house, the one in the beginning of the video, Salman, he is the one who called the police, fabricated this story, trying to frame the man reputation that he did that to himself.
The call came from your house. I got the call. The moment you called, in regard to this issue, we said, guys, we have a situation here. We need to make sure that everything is okay. We got the call, so I got actually the report, not the report, at least the verbal actually, report from the police saying that they traced the calls, eventually it came from your place.
On that day, what the imam of our mosque claims is that he spoke with somebody from the police. I believe he said that he got a call from the police, and they said that the call came from my house.
No, So that's not true at all. I don't know where they got that information, but that did not come. It's one of those internet phone numbers, and then it was deleted, and it was under false you know what I mean? It's created under false pretense. So I don't know who said that.
Absolutely. And so what's really
that's false. Nothing in there about that at all. I didn't speak, and it's been a while. I've talked to a lot of people, but no, I did not speak to any imam from the. So I don't know what they're talking about, but it's definitely not in my report. You can sue them in civil court for defamation of character. Yeah. You know, the civil litigations of that can be.
See what the detective Parker, he said to him, you can sue them in civil court, you know, and you can make them shish kebab, and properly he would do. So they fabricate a lie about this guy, and they don't know the consequence, you know, of doing such a thing.
And then use the reports, you know, it's like saying, hey, here's the reports, and they can subpoena me to a civil court and say, hey, did you? No, never spoke to that person. Nope, never spoke to the, you know, for civil remedies.
Just over 2 weeks back, the man behind my swatting incidents confessed in federal court to orchestrating hundreds of attacks. His admission proves the lies about me were baseless and malicious.
But he did not mention to us who is this guy. So this is the Muslim Abdul who is behind this call. They got him. Look like it.
His admission proves the lies about me were baseless and malicious. Despite this, those responsible for the slander remain silent, unwilling to admit their deceit. I have proven, without an ounce of doubt, the indisputable fact that Omar Suleiman, Yasser Birjas, and the Valley Ranch Islamic Center all...
If you watch this guy, Omar Suleiman, he gives you like impression that Islam is amazing. A smile in his face. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So amazing. Wonderful. And look how wicked they are. We can't compare those to Sam Shamoun. Sam Shamoun is just a person looking for a celebrity light. He has mental issue. Those are wicked. And they do know what they are doing. That guy is just an idiot. We can't compare. Literally wicked to the bones. So those Muslim organizations, they are competing. Who is going to collect more donation? Who is going to be more in the spotlight? Me or him? Mimi Hijab, he have a channel. All the videos is attacking Muslims, not Christian Prince. One after one. And then if you start praising Mimi Hijab, he will stop attacking you and he will make you like a great person. The tactic is very simple. Like if he is saying things is true about them, I would say, well, this is true. But no. When Lili Dawah, he have an interview with this woman, the hamburger wife or escort of Mimi Hijab. He don't know that this is Mimi Hijab. In the beginning, oh, he did that to you? He don't know who's who. I will make interview. I will publish it. I will support you, sister. Sister, we need to support you. We need to expose this. And then later, he found out that this is about Mimi Hijab. Then he dumped the interview. He deleted, and he start framing the women. See how they changed their position?
Relayed egregious lies and tried to cover it up. First, I shared details from the police report and a criminal court judge-signed warrant and subpoena, which obtained the origins of the call, proving that the call did not come from my house. Second, I shared the Irving police lead detective's testimony, stating that the call did not come from my house, and that he never even spoke to the imam. And now, the final...
So, see, they claim that the police, this detective, he spoke to them. He called them. And the police, they deny ever doing anything. You remember the police, when you call them, it's recorded. Any conversation, any call you make to the police, it's recorded. And they keep it there in their archive for a long time. And there's no point of it. So they try to frame the guy, fabricating lies, and now he's going after them in court. And he got all the evidence that they are trying to frame him.
Final straw. Just this past month, the FBI investigation-driven confession with the U.S. Department of Justice by the individual who coordinated and was behind the swatting attack. So we now have the person who committed the crime, who confessed to it. What other excuses are they going to try and make? What other lies are they going to try and spin to defend themselves? Where is Omar Suleiman? Where is Yasser Birjas? Where are the board members and the security team from the Valley Ranch Islamic Center? Why do they remain silent? Why do they refuse to accept responsibility? They got caught red-handed for spreading lies, and yet they want to ignore it and desperately pray and hope that everyone forgets about it by making passionate pleas for other issues around the world. I am currently working on establishing an investigation.
Why the video is going so fast? Did I click at something? I don't know. Did I change the speed? It's going so fast.
With the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI.
Oh, how we change the speed? I think there is a speed issue. Anyone knows where the speed? Troubleshoot playback issue. Yeah, there is. It's going too fast. I'm not sure why. I think the Jews behind this, guys. What do you think? Isn't it the Jews? Check setting. Okay, go to setting. Let's see. Playback speed. It says normal. See, it says normal. I don't know. I have it on normal. Let us make it 0.75.
And intend on pursuing criminal charges against all those responsible. Musa had seen the indisputable evidence, the contradictions, and the silence that followed. So he did what any sincere Muslim.
Man, this is very slow now. Let us try to switch to normal.
Should. He sought clarification directly, calmly,
Yeah, now it's fine.
and respectfully. But Yasser Birjas, instead of responding with honesty, deflected. Because that's exactly what liars do when challenged with the truth. When pressed about his lies and slander, he responded to Musa saying, "Go ask him, not me. And even worse, go talk to the ex-wives of the men who had spoken up against him." Moments later, Yasser Birjas noticed Musa was recording the conversation. But why? For what reason? It was for his own safety and to preserve the truth, and to serve as a protection from liars that use their religious positions and influence to twist the narrative. That's when everything changed. Yasser Birjas immediately ordered someone to take the phone and delete the recording.
Look. Look at this.
I was gonna say, I don't know Brother Salman personally, but I like seen his videos and stuff, so I've seen how he was like, you know, like got like swatted and stuff, and how like you were claiming that the call came from his house, but actually the guy got arrested, you know. There's like some 18-year-old guy, and like he was doing this hundreds of times, like making fake situations and then getting people swatted. So my question is, why haven't you like spoken up? You know, like why haven't you taken back what you said? If you made a mistake and you're like lying and slandering against him, you know. Brother Salman, the guy from DRIC. What do you know about the situation anyway? I know he got banned, and what do you know about the situation? There was a video of him.
So he's recording the sheikh exposing his lies, you know, and the sheikh is saying to him, "You don't know the situation. You don't know."
Asking you about it, and you kind of just ignored him and walked off, because he has a YouTube channel. So I saw all the videos, so I kind of know a lot about the situation. What? Ask him, don't ask me. Ask him what? Ask him this question. Okay? Yeah, but do you understand what I'm saying? If you were truthful, you would have had advice. Can you take his phone? He's recording. Sorry? Take his phone.
See, he noticed now he's recording. He said, take his phone. Take his phone. Take his phone. He's recording.
Recording and delete the recording.
This is an assault, you know, when you force somebody to take the phone of somebody, this is a crime. You have no right to do so physically, forcing him, and then going into his phone.
Within seconds, several men surrounded him. They blocked his exit. They backed him into a wall. The crowd watched as a teenager was cornered, interrogated, and humiliated right inside the hall. They forced him into a side classroom with glass walls where multiple people continued to pressure him to delete the recording. For over an hour, they bombarded him with threats. Delete it or we'll call the police. Delete it or we'll fine you. Delete it or you'll be arrested for trespassing. Delete it or we'll kick your. Yet the irony and the horror is that he was the one being unlawfully detained. He had a ticket to attend the Al-Maghrib class. He was even willing to peacefully leave. But they were the ones stopping him from leaving the building. A senior Al-Maghrib figure then got involved, Walid Basyouni, the president of Al-Maghrib Institute. Rather than stopping the abuse, he joined in on the intimidation, trying to coerce him to delete the recording.
See?
Imagine that. A teenager surrounded by adults, terrified, his phone in his pocket being demanded, and the president of a global Islamic institute telling him he's sinful for recording what is within his legal rights and his only means of protection against someone proven to be a habitual and compulsive liar? When a barrage of threats didn't work, they escalated further. One man, a member of the Young Muslims organization, told Musa that another individual, quote, had a Glock, a gun. Let that sink in, threatening him and inferring that they could take physical action that could harm his life. Then, as the situation reached its peak, a man named Ernest forcefully wrapped his arm around Musa's waist, picked him up, dragged him outside, and stuck his hand into Musa's pocket to snatch his phone. He then threatened Musa to factory reset his phone and then mail it back to him. When that didn't work, another individual took the phone and tried to unlock it by holding it in front of Musa's face, to which Musa quickly put up his hand to block it.
See what they did?
This is sickening. This is illegal. This is the very
See, guys, they took his phone, and now they put the phone in front of his face to unlock it. They are holding his hands, you know, they're trying to hold his body. But he was able to move his hand and block the camera.
definition of abuse of power.
This is all in the mosque, the house of Allah.
A young Muslim, still a teenager, was physically assaulted, restrained, and violated inside a masjid by men claiming to represent knowledge and religion. They put their hands on him. They tried to unlock his phone by force. They tried to illegally erase any evidence. This is un-Islamic. This is criminal, and this is flat out disgusting. There is no
Correction, my friend. Islam is a criminal religion. And you're proving it to us every day. What do you mean not Islamic? Your prophet, he tortured people just for fun. He put nails in their eyes. What are you talking about?
no justification under the Sharia, under law, or under any form of basic human decency for such behavior. These are acts of intimidation, coercion, and theft, all committed in the name of protecting a sheikh. What kind of religious institution allows this to happen under its roof? What kind of leadership turns a blind eye while a teenager is being physically manhandled to protect the reputation of a celebrity imam? These are not the actions of men of God. They are the actions of cowards, of enablers, of people drunk on power and obsessed with image. It is vile, it is shameful, and it is a complete betrayal of everything Islam stands for: justice, dignity, and the sanctity of one's rights. The very next day, Brother Musa filed a police report, a case that remains open and under investigation. But what was Al-Maghrib's response to this whole incident? They didn't investigate, they didn't apologize. Instead, they banned him permanently. This is what Al-Maghrib Institute has become, a sanctuary for gangsters, wearing the garb of religiosity and performative piety, masquerading as scholars, where truth is punished and corruption is protected. What was done to this young man is not only immoral, it is criminal. assault, intimidation, unlawful detention. And the people behind it weren't thugs on the street. They were religious figures using the sacred walls of a masjid to carry out intimidation in defense of their sheikh. I want to take a moment to really bring something into focus for everyone watching and for our ummah. Dawah mafia is not just some meme or baseless phrase.
I like this image. Hold on. Dawah mafia. Dawah mafia. Let us see. Did not copy. This is true. It's a mafia. It's a business. It's a scam. Maybe this will be my coming image for my coming video. Dawah mafia. Anyway, anyone have a question? We can continue later with this video. Anyone have a question? Do we have any Muslim Abdul from the Dawah mafia? Your prophet is the head of the mafia. All the mafia leaders, if they like a woman, they kill any of their men, take her. He shoot anyone he don't like him. This is what your prophet did to your Muslims. Not only to his enemies. Is that correct? So, you know, watching today those videos, you know, opposite prophet and David Wood and this potato Sam Shamoun will teach us always a lesson. Many of you ask me why I don't go and attend, like you see from time to time they have those conference, you know, they bring people from here and there like David Wood, etc. For me, I learned that I cannot trust people. I'm not saying I'm not talking about them now. I'm talking Jesus himself. He gave us a solution. If you remember, when he met with his disciples, there's someone was sitting on the table, but he don't deserve to be there. Anyone remember his name? What his name? The one Jesus don't want him to be sitting on the table. Judas. But the Messiah is the Messiah. I'm not the Messiah. I don't have his capability of reading the mind and the heart of people. So he knew who is Judas. So he don't want Judah to be in his table. Another way, he kicked him out because he don't deserve to be sitting on the table of the Lord. He don't deserve to eat the bread of the Lord. And this is what we should do. You should always be careful about who you trust, who you shake hands with. Not just because somebody says, I am against Muhammad and I'm a Christian. There's many. Between them are Judas. And because you are not capable to know the heart and the spirit of people like the Messiah, then how you can know? You will never know until it's too late. Because the answer is very simple. From their fruit you shall know them. Correct? From their fruits you shall know them. And by the time you know their fruits, it's going to be too late. because the fruit is already cooked, it's done. So I avoid joining those so-called conferences because we don't know how many Judas are there, and I don't want to associate with them. First, they will make your name dirty, because if they commit dirt, they will say, oh, is a friend of CP. Because people, they judge you by your friends too. They will, which is not right. I mean, if he is really your friend and you do not know about him, I can say, well, you don't know. But usually when somebody became a friend, you know a lot about him. By the time he deserved the rank of a friend, that means you already know, spend a lot of time with him. So stay away from Judas. And if you do not know the people, don't jump to the conclusion that they are good. Not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father. So many names will say, Lord, Lord, every day. And when they start their video, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, we praise to God to protect us, etc. They give you speeches. In fact, those are the one I always being alarmed with them. Those who present themselves to be the men of God, who never start speaking unless they make a long prayer. We praise the Holy Spirit and we pray to enlighten us, etc. They wave their hands up and down because they want to give you an image that they are truly men of God. But we know the Bible says when you pray, you go to your closet. So why this person is doing a showtime? Because it's a showtime. Why I need to praise God for 25 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes before I start? Because I want to show you that I'm a person who pray to God. I'm a good man. When I finished my law degree, once my mom, she came, I was just too young, you know. My mom was coming home and she saw me sitting in the side of the road at a rock. There is a rock, like high rock, and wearing a short. My mom, she got alarmed. She said, what are you doing? I said, what? She said, what are you wearing short? I said, well, why not? All my life I wear short. She said, no, now you are a lawyer. Who's going to give you a case when they see you dressed like this and sitting on a rock in the side of the road? And she's right. This is how the society understand. They think your qualification is by the appearance, not by quality. So imagine me going into debate in the court. Am I going to lose the case? I don't think so. But because I'm wearing a short, I'm not presenting myself as a lawyer. So now I'm not qualified. They will judge me. Who's going to hire a lawyer wearing a short, sitting on the side of the road? So what I would do now? Well, you have to wear tie and suit and shiny shoes and hold like a bag in your hand, even if it's empty. Right? Because this is how a human being works. You present yourself to them as a salesman, that you are a professional. And how a professional Christian is the one who prays the Lord for 5–10 minutes before he starts talking. But if you go and see how Peter, he sent his letter, we don't find 15 minutes praising the Lord. We don't find them speaking for 15 minutes about how to pray. I mean, the whole idea of what they are doing is teaching you about Jesus, yes, but not about we pray, etc., and all this scenario. So be aware of false teachers who try to present themselves to you in a certain way. The more natural they are, the more they are truthful. The more they try to make themselves look so good, the more you should be aware that they are mostly maybe faking it. A person who is don't claim to be like a man of God. I can receive him better than someone he claimed to be, because he's just natural. He's saying, you know, he's saying, even he used bad language. He's more, you know, let us say he's not hiding his who's he. I know he's filthy, but you need to be aware of those who try to make themselves look so good, because later you might discover something very disturbing. Abdul Karim, we have Abdul Karim. He's a Muslim. Let us see Abdul Karim what he want to say to us. Come to the stage, Abdul Karim. I just invited you.
My voice is coming, CP?
Yes, it's coming. Are you a Muslim?
No, I left, but I am an agnostic now.
You are in the mosque?
No, I'm not in the mosque.
Oh, so are you? So you left Islam?
Yeah.
Why you left Islam?
I don't like the child marriage concept in Islam, and the way the best role model is marrying a child. So it disturbs me, and so that's a major reason. And the second one is slavery. Like, it's allowed to make slaves, and I think it's immoral.
What about other things like the Quran, mistakes, Muhammad cheating, Muhammad taking the wife of his own son? You heard of those two?
Yeah, I have heard about all those claims.
But don't
yeah,
you,
I know about them.
don't you think those are even more important? Because this is the guy who claimed to be sent by God, but then he see your wife, you want to take her, and you have to divorce her so he can sleep with her.
Yeah, it's problematic. I'm studying Christianity, so I have some doubts about Christianity.
Oh.
I talked with some Christians also, but I didn't get till now some satisfying answers.
What is satisfying answers you're looking for?
I want to know about the laws of the Old Testament. Okay, so in the Old Testament, like, you know, the Paul's teaching and the Matthew. So it's being said that regarding abolition of the law. So Paul says in Galatians 3 to chapter number 3, verse number 13, that the laws are being cursed, okay, and abolish it. But in Matthew chapter number 5, verse number 17, it says that the laws are not to abolish but to fulfill. And there are a lot of things like that which
No,
are
you see, each one, when you try to read the verse in the Bible, you have to read what they are talking about. So they are not opposing each other, and they are in total agreement. But because you do not know the background of the story, so you come to the assumption that they are talking about the same thing. So when I talk to the Jews, who they are believing that the law is the one will save them, they are wrong. So now the law became their curse, because simply that will not save you. But if I understand that the law is to make me following the right thing and not to believe that the law will save me, then I understand that God, like when Jesus said, Sabbath was made for the man, not the man was made for Sabbath. So Sabbath is the law, correct?
Yeah.
So if I believe that the Sabbath is the purpose, then the law became a curse upon me. So now I worship the law, not God. So I am so much attached to the law, thinking that the law is God. But the law is made for my benefit, not the opposite. So it's like, you know, if it says don't do anything in Saturday, and then Jesus, he sees someone is injured, but the Bible is so clear, it says don't do anything, don't do anything, you know, cooking, anything, don't do anything. And then they say, how you do such a thing in Saturday, in Sabbath? So now those people, the law became a curse upon them, because they are taking the law in a literate way. They forget that the law is about the mercy of God. So when God, he created, or he gave us the command that to respect Saturday is to give respect to your body, where God, he command you to rest. God himself, he rests in the Sabbath. Nothing is done. So while you are working hard, greedy, and while you are working with your servant, even the servant, they don't allow to go and have vacation. So by enforcing the Sabbath, God enforced them to go back and rest and not to abuse others, those who work for them. So the Sabbath was made for the man, not the man was made for Sabbath. So if I consider that the man was made for Sabbath, that is a curse. That is against God teaching, because I switch the formula. You know, like when you when the doctor he make for you, or let us say the pharmacy, they buy drugs from manufacturers, and you get sick and you get antibiotic. So is the man made for the antibiotic, or the antibiotic is made for the man?
The man is being made for antibiotic, but antibiotic is not absolutely made for the man.
No, the man is not made for antibiotic. Antibiotic is made for the man.
Yeah, but it depends, right? If the man is sick, then in that case, yeah,
No,
antibiotic
no. The antibiotic is made because the man gets sick, not because who's exist first.
Man.
Okay, so when the man gets sick, we try to find medicine for him, right?
Yeah.
So the medicine is made for the man.
Yeah, the medicine is being made for the
All
man.
right, but then when you start worshipping the antibiotic, then you forgot that the purpose was the man.
Yeah, exactly right.
So this is what the Bible is teaching. So when you try to read something, I advise you not to take it from the end. Read the background of every story. Don't judge.
I would, yep, I would be honest. I have watched this. I would be really honest. I don't like this guy, but I'm still on the phase of learning. So there is one guy named Adnan Rashid. So he debated a guy named Samuel Green. So here he said these things.
Adnan Rashid is an idiot. Adnan Rashid, asked him, I mean, many questions. You know, this guy, give me the best thing Adnan Rashid said about Islam.
No, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Adnan Rashid. I just watch his debate on Christianity.
I know, my friend, but this guy is an idiot. He don't know anything. Those, they go to our website and they see what they criticize the Bible with, and he mentioned them. Otherwise, they have no knowledge of the Bible. Like if I go right now, to Adnan Rashid, usually people, they put their channel, their best video, right? If a video, if a video is bad, they will delete it. For me, I delete all my videos because you know, Muslims, they attack me. If I go Adnan Rashid, let us see. If we go now to Adnan Rashid, look at this. This is an example. He posted this video to be his best video, supposedly. If we watch it, if we watch it for a second, he will die laughing how stupid he is. Is the gospel corrupted?
So David would ask this question: give me one unequivocal statement that states that the gospel, mark the words, the gospel is corrupt. I repeat his question. Give me one unequivocal statement in the Quran that states that the gospel is corrupt. Let me give you the shock. The Quran does not state that the gospel is corrupt.
Just to show you how stupid he is. He do not know his Quran. He do not know his Quran, obviously. And he is just a kid. He's just a kid, because the Quran speak about the corruption of the Bible, but the same Quran speak about the Bible is not corrupt, which means contradiction. Just to show you how stupid he is. He just said, nowhere it says in the Quran that the book is corrupt. This guy, he claimed to have a degree in Islam, right? Right? So, chapter 2, verse number 75, chapter 4, verse 46, chapter 5, verse number 13, chapter 5, verse 41, and yet he claimed there's nowhere in the Quran it says so. He is just an idiot. He's just a kid. That's why he will never dare to get close to me. You know? I don't know, by the way, this video, I just played the first 2 seconds. So, in the first 2 seconds, we got him busted. So here in chapter 4, verse number 46, it says, and among those Jews there are some who displace words from their right place. What is the word you use in Arabic? يحرفون, corrupt.
يحرفون.
Uh-huh.
يحرفون.
But yet he said there's nowhere in the Quran says that. He's just an idiot.
I'm seeing.
And not only that,
Yep.
in the same time, if we go in the Quran, we will find that the Quran saying the opposite in different verses, because the Quran confirmed the Bible which is between our hands. Between our hands, you know, بين يديه. And then the Muslim, they try to fix it by saying what was before it, but in Arabic it says لما بين يديه مصدقا, not only approving it, مصدقا mean believing.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the book was between his hands. And what is the book between his hands? The Torah and the Injil. The Muslim, they say the Quran. At that time, Muhammad don't have a Quran. Even here in translation it says,
yeah.
Look at the translation, confirming what came before it. No, nowhere it says that. In Arabic, musaddiq mean believing. Believing, not even confirming. There's a big difference between confirming. See, Google taken translation which is known by the Muslims. But confirming is not the same as believing, because I can confirm that you are a liar. Doesn't mean I believe you. Right?
Yeah, right.
So here it says Abu Bakr himself, they call him what? Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. Why? Because he believed. All right? And the word sadaq coming from truthful. Sadaq coming from the word truth. So when the verse saying that he is not only confirming but believing in the books between his hands. Which books? Even in translation they say to you, i.e. the Torah and the Gospel. So how the Jews and the Christian, they are corrupting their book, and then Muhammad, he believed in the books which is between his hands, which mean in the time of Muhammad, 6 centuries after Jesus, the books never be corrupted. And then this stupid idiot, Adnan Rashid, he said to you that long before Islam, the Bible had been corrupted. But as you see in the Quran, says, believing in what is with them between his hand, with Muhammad now, not with the Christians, even between the hand of Muhammad. So why the Muslim hiding those books? As long as Muhammad, he has it. And by the way, that will destroy the idea that Muhammad, he came because the Bible is the corrupt. Because as you see, the Torah and the Gospel are not. In fact, he believed in them. And then we find that Muhammad, he take an oath by the Torah in different hadith. I don't know if you know about this. So he say, Amantu bika wa biman arsalaka. I believe in thee and the one who sent thee. Muhammad, he put his hand on the cushion, on the Torah. He placed the Torah in the cushion, showing a lot of respect. And then after he placed the Torah on the cushion, he says, I believe in thee and the one who revealed thee. So how he claim that he believe, you see, not confirming. See what I told you about Musaddiq in the Quran? Not Musaddiq does not mean confirming. Even the translation, he says, I believe. So I believe in thee, not only I confirm thee. So how the book is corrupted and Muhammad believe in thee?
It's clear contradiction. CP, I have one more question. My question is, like, I'm a big fan of you. I'm following you for last 2 to 3 years, okay? And I left Islam like 1 year ago. So my question is, if I won't become Christian, okay, but I live peacefully with Christians, I like them, like, and follow the biblical law. I love the law of the Bible, okay? So would I go to hell if I won't like become a Christian?
If I don't become a Christian, you will go to hell?
Yeah, like the concept of God in Christianity, it doesn't make sense to me, okay? But the biblical laws, the biblical teachings, I like them, and I like Christians, but I'm not convinced. So if I die as an agnostic, okay, if I don't accept the concept of God in Christianity, is it wrong? Your opinion?
Well, the Bible is so clear. Jesus said to them that I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one come to the Father except through me. So there's no question about it. It's so clear that I can go, me and you, or anyone, I can go to the Father, which means to his kingdom, only through believing in Christ to be your Savior. So if you aren't Christians, you are going to go to hell. And this is not about being good or bad, because simply you are being bad anyway when you disobey God and you refuse God. So why you will be in his house? You know, let us make it simple. I build a house, big house, small house, let us say, whatever. And then I say, if you think you are my son, you love me like your father, you are welcome to live in my house. And then you say to me, get lost. I don't believe in you. You are not my father. So do you deserve to be in my house after that? What do you think?
No.
That's it. So this is what Jesus is saying to you. This is why when we Christian, we pray, we say, our Father art of heaven. We don't say our God, even though he's our God. For our God is a loving God who wants us to be his children in his kingdom. So my name is a Christian prince. What makes me prince? Is that because my father is a king? No. Every Christian is a prince and princess. For your God, your Father, is the King of Kings. So when you believe in the Messiah, then you are as a child. And the normal thing for a child to have the care of the father. When you refuse to become his child, why he will care for you?
Yeah, but it's still like we as a human being, right? We have different sense of understanding. Are you getting like not everybody is intelligent, or not everybody can grasp things. Like for me, I didn't understand the concept of Trinity till now properly. I understand at some extent, but yeah, I'm not convinced. Okay, and
My friend, my
but
friend.
I like
But
because
hold on, just one by one. When you say convinced, what do you want? What do you mean by convinced?
when I say convinced, it doesn't make sense to me that I don't understand the concept
Okay,
of
hold on,
Trinity, how
hold
it
on.
works.
When we say it doesn't make sense, uh, does it make sense to you today that there is somebody can speak from China and you can hear him from New York?
No, it doesn't make sense.
But it's happening, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
happening.
So if I say to somebody 2,000 years that Mr. Lee will say something, he is now in China or Japan, and then someone who live in Honolulu, he will hear him. People will laugh at you. He will say you're crazy. But today is accepted. So what making no sense will make you crazy sometime. It is very sensible now. Why? Because we witness it. It's happening. So when you speak about what makes sense, what does not make sense, my friend, this is your illusional, because simply when we speak about God, we are talking about someone above all sins. Like, does it make sense that Jesus is born of a virgin? How? How? Why? There's no child. There's no child can be born of a virgin. It's impossible. So Jesus said, "There's nothing. There's what is impossible for the man is not impossible for God." So when we speak about what makes sense and what does not make sense, we need to remember, if we are talking about God, then all the sense you are talking about is not there, because simply, is it possible for God to be 3 and 1 in the same time? Yes. Is it possible for me to be 10 and 1 in the same time? No. So is it possible for me to
But
fly?
how does it?
Is it possible for me to curse a tree and the tree will die? No,
No.
because I have to cut the tree, and then the tree branches come back, and then I have to burn it, and then they keep coming back because the root is alive. But is it possible that Jesus, he said at a tree, you are cursed, and the tree died? That is impossible unless you are God. So when we speak about what makes sense, my friend, I can say, oh, okay, this is a story, maybe fairy tale stories. But when we speak about the ability of God to be or not to be, then you have to pass all those things, because God can be 3 and 1. Why not? If he cannot be God. If God cannot be 3 and 1, he cannot be God.
CP, you didn't get it when you say to me that Jesus is born of a virgin. it still makes sense that, oh yeah, it is God, he can make it. So it not seems completely impossible. But I don't understand the concept. What is Trinity? It's beyond my
The
mind.
Trinity is very
I'm
simple.
not asking
The
how
Trinity, my friend, there's nothing it's called concept. God is a 3 and 1. What do you mean? He is 3 and 1. He is 3 and 1. If I say to you as a human now, how many are you?
I'm one.
No, not true.
How?
Well, have you ever heard of somebody he have dead brain? And
yeah, I have.
then they hook him up to the machine. They
They
can
walk with machine.
they can hook him up to a machine to keep him alive, correct?
Yeah.
But his brain is dead. So
yeah.
when his brain is dead, is he the same person?
No, he's not the same person.
Well, if we ask him what's your name, he do not know, right?
Yeah.
He cannot talk. He don't recognize anything. But
yeah.
he's alive. What is alive in him? His body, right?
Yeah, his body is alive.
So he have a dead brain, but he have a living body. So by having one thing is missing, we have something missing in the human being. And then when the person he die, we believe there's a soul, a spirit. He loses soul. Okay, so now you are a person who have mind. Let's just say the brain is the mind, and your soul is the power of life, and your body is the one is hosting the power of life. So you are 3 and 1 at the same time. If one of them is gone, you are not exist.
Yeah, but these three works together, right? The thing is, like, it doesn't interact or love each other. Are you getting?
No, you see, it is this is how God made you. God designed you. The Bible says God, he said, I created man in my image. In my image I created man. So when God he created you, he have his fingerprint. Like when Picasso he make a paint, anyone expert he will know right away, oh, this is made by Picasso or somebody else. Why? Because he have a method of painting. It is his school. It is his work. And this is how God is. So when God he created everything, like what is the ratio of a beauty according to science? 3 to 1 or 1 to 2, 3. You know, if you want to build a building, you have to follow this ratio, otherwise the building will look ugly. If you look at the leaves of the trees, all of them they follow the same ratio. So the scientists did not discover something new. It is exist for since God created everything, but they noticed that this is the ratio. The water, what make you alive? Water. What is water? H2O. 3 and 1. So how the water become 2 and 1 in the same? How become 3 and 1 in the same time?
Right.
So water is the essence of life for a human being. If there's no water, there's no grass. If there's no grass, animals they will die. All of us we will die. We need water. Our body, most of it is water. So in your DNA, go check the DNA. So everything in you is based on number 3. You need the sun, you need the air, you need the water.
Yeah.
And then if we go even for physical object, like the water itself is a liquid. Little cold, it make it ice. Little heat, make it steam. So the same water, we call it steam, but still it's water. The same water, we call it ice, but still it's water. And the same water, we call it water when it's liquid. But we are talking about 1, yet is a 3. So this is how the Trinity is. God, the Father, God, the Holy Spirit, and God the Son. God the Son is the same when the light comes to us from the sun. We see the light. How we see the sun? Because we saw the light. We cannot look at the sun. We saw the light of the sun. If we go too close to the sun, we are going to be burned. And the Bible says clearly that nobody can see God and live, because his glory will burn you. So when we look at everything around us, we will see the fingerprint of God.
Yeah.
And that is the Trinity. The Trinity is not only God is a 3 and 1, it is his fingerprint in everything. So God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit is not about how that is possible, because simply everything is possible with God. If I have God who cannot be whatever he is, then he cannot be God. What make me not, why I cannot claim to be God? Because there's things, everything, I cannot do anything. You know, I am a person who live by needs. I need to go eat. I need to go take a shower. Otherwise, I will stink. I need. So my life is a chain of needs. When we speak about God, is someone who can feed thousands from nothing. Is someone who can walk in the water. I cannot. Is someone he can heal people by just even touching his clothes. Cannot be me. I need a medicine to be healed. I need a doctor to advise. So when you try to adjust your understanding for God, don't try to, I'm not saying to you don't use your brain. No, absolutely, you have to use your brain. And you have to be smart.
Yeah.
But you have to see that God is the super intelligence designer and you are his design. And then if God can make an eye like the one you have in your eyes, can see better than any camera in the world, because no camera can give you absolute good picture as your eyes. Maybe they can zoom more.
Yeah.
Maybe they can see farther. But the one will give you true colors and the true image and dimension is your eyes. Amazing design. So
Yeah.
when your hand gets closer from heat, your hand will feel the heat, but you did not touch the heat. How you can do that? It must be God. It's not you, because simply you are just, I mean, your skin is far away, but God who install and create for you sensors so it can protect your body from harm. So before you touch the fire, you know it's a fire. Before you touch the heat, you know it's going to burn you. You do not need to touch it to know.
Yeah.
That is God, my friend. So when we speak about what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, well, everything around us does not make sense, because everything around us is a miracle. What does the word miracle present? Everything does not make sense. When I say that a human being is a miracle of God, that means it doesn't make sense. It's a miracle. When an atheist doctor, he says to you, oh, you survived this cancer, this is a miracle. Even atheists use this term because they can't explain how you were able to do it. Somebody fell from 50th floor. He did not die. But people say, it's a miracle. Because this is not normal, this is not usual, you should be dead. So miracle is something we use as a human being when we cannot explain how and why it happened. And that is God. Nobody can explain God to you. Jesus, when he come to us, he gave us the humble explanation of God. So what the Bible says, he humbled himself. The invisible God became visible. And God, he humbled himself. Why? So he can manifest himself to you, so you can understand him. So he symbolized himself. So because the simple you can see, can know, can believe. Otherwise, it's difficult for you. So God, he did everything to get it close to you. It's your turn to get it close to him.
Yeah, I get him, but for me, I would really be honest. I came from an Islamic background, so based on that, how I grew up, for me, the Jewish understanding of God, the Judaism one, it makes more sense to me. I'm not saying what the Bible exactly says, so the one you interrupt. I'm saying what the Jews think about the one God. Okay, that makes more sense to me.
Hold on. When you say the Jews' understanding of God, what do you mean?
They believe in one God, okay, and one God, it makes more sense, other than three gods.
Do the Christian believe in three gods?
The Father is fully God, the Son is fully
No,
God,
the
and Holy
question
Spirit
is,
is fully God.
do the Christian believe in one God or three gods?
They believe in three gods.
We believe in three gods.
Yeah, but you call it they are all interconnected, but
Can you show
based
me?
on Trinity.
Can you show me the verse in the Bible says Christian believe in three gods?
The concept of Trinity, I'm saying, not the
No. You
verse of
see,
Bible.
it's not up to you to decide what it is. When you say Christian believe in three gods, show me the verse. In fact, I can show you many verses in the Bible saying you believe in one God. So you're making things up. So if you go as an example, what is the first name is used for God in the Old Testament? Elohim.
Yahweh.
Elohim. Yeah. Elohim is what? Is it word mean God or it's gods?
God.
Gods with S, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But if you ask any Jew, he will say to you, we believe in one God, correct?
Yeah, believe in one God.
So why the word is used gods when they believe in one?
It's one God in English, and it's just semantics grammar.
You see? So now you're trying to find a solution. A second ago you told me the Jews make more sense. The Christian don't, because the Jews, they believe in one God. But it turned to be that the Jews, when they start talking about their God, they say gods. Yet still we know that they mean one God. Why? Because that is a Trinity. And then if we ask you, when God he saw Moses, what he said to him?
God, when he saw Moses. No, I don't know what he said.
He told him, I am who I am. But how many times he said to him? How many times he said that to him?
I am what I am.
How many times? How many times he said that to him? 3 times.
Yeah, 3 times.
All right. Why he said 3 times? Isn't it enough to say it one?
I didn't get it. I'm talking about Jewish understanding.
I'm talking about Jewish now.
Exactly
I'm talking about Jewish. I'm talking about Jewish. I don't care for Jewish understanding. I care for what the Bible says, because I don't go by somebody understanding. We go by the book, the scriptures of God, not by his or mine. So when God he spoke to Moses, he mentioned to him, I am who I am 3 times. I am, and then you see Jesus saying that. And then if we continue, when the angel of God, when God he came to Abraham, how many they came to Abraham?
1.
No, 3. 3 men they came to Abraham, not 1. Why 3 again? Why 3? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
All right. So if you go in the Old Testament, you will see that the first chapter in the Old Testament, you will see that God and his spirit. Does it say that?
Yeah.
Okay. So how many we have now? How many we have?
God and his spirit.
How many we have?
His spirit.
How many we have by saying that? 2. But a second ago you said to me that there's only 1.
Yeah.
So now we have 2.
God.
And then we have many verses in the Old Testament speaking about that there is a person who is going to be everlasting, and he will be called God is with us. This is about who? He is going to be born of us, he's going to be one of us, and he is going to be everlasting, and he is going to be God with us. Who's that? That is the Messiah. This is the Old Testament. We are not talking about the New Testament. When the Messiah he asked the Jews, he said to them, what say you of Christ? The Jews, they said, he is a son of David. Then Jesus said to them, so how then David call him Lord? He worship him, calling him Lord in his spirit.
Yeah.
So how he can be his Lord and his son? What the Jews says, they could not answer. Because yes, if we go to the book of Psalm, you will see that the Lord said to my Lord, sit in my right. The Lord said to my Lord. How many Lord we have?
1, absolutely 1.
All right. So who is the second Lord then?
Who is the second Lord? They don't believe in that.
No, they believe. No, they believe. This verse is about Christ. This is what Jesus said to them. So if he is the son of David, then how David worship him in his spirit, which means not by body. He did not come yet. He did not manifest himself. So how David call him Lord if he's his son? The Jews could not answer. Because David is a king, correct? David is a king.
Yeah.
So why the Messiah is his Lord?
It's getting confusing.
No, it's not. It's a clear message. So I call the Messiah Lord. I'm David. I'm the king of this kingdom. and I am the most powerful now, not only in my kingdom, even kingdom around me, they fear me. Why in the world I want to call anyone Lord?
It's getting confusing.
And here is speaking about what? Not calling him Lord just as a master, he worship him. He worship him himself. If you go to, like we have tons of verses in the Bible, tell us clearly. Like when Isaiah chapter 9 says, for us a child is born, for us a son is given, his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. So my friend, when you say the Jews make more sense, the fact all the Jewish scriptures speaking about more than one person, but yet one God. So if you go to Isaiah as an example, it says in Isaiah 48, and now the Lord God has sent me and his spirit.
Yeah.
Is the spirit of God is the spirit of God is God?
The spirit of God is God. Yeah, the spirit of God
Yeah,
is God.
because it says in the Bible, many verses, God is a spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you mean the Jews, they have a different teaching? No, this is their understanding. They're trying to suppress the what will lead people to believe in Christ. That's all. Otherwise, all of them, they agree and they understand that God is not one person. He is one God, yes, but not one individual. God and his spirit, Elohim, I am who I am, 3 times. The word 3 appear everywhere. So, and then we go to the New Testament, we will find that when Jesus get baptism, right away we will see there's a voice came from heaven, a dove, says, this is my only begotten son. A spirit of God came. So now we have the Father speaking, we have the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, and then we have the announcement that this is my only son. And that confirmed in the New Testament. So what you call it make more sense, I have to say that the Bible, all of it makes sense anyway, and will lead me to know that God is one, yet he is a 3.
Okay, CP, I will do more research on this. I'm really thankful that you gave me time, and yeah, I'm still agnostic, but yeah, I will watch the video again and do my research. Okay.
No problem. Take care.
Okay, thank you, CP. Bye.
You're welcome. When we, like, I can say Islam is stupid, there's no logic in it, because Islam have stupid stories. But if I want to explain God, nobody can explain the power of God. How God say, let be light, and light was? That's not possible. Go ahead, Truth.
I have one quick question about Musnad Ahmed 7067.
Okay.
So in this hadith, one of the companions of Muhammad, he said to him, I advise you to read the Torah and to recite the Torah. And this is like an authentic hadith, right?
Yeah,
can you check?
actually, Musnad Ahmed is more authentic than Al-Bukhari, but the Muslim consider Al-Bukhari more authentic in general.
I mean, even Muslims, they, okay, now they come and say that Bukhari is like not fully authentic. There's some
No, you see,
errors.
Musnad, the word Musnad, it means it have isnad. All right.
For every
which means it have the evidence of it. Al-Bukhari, it's not the same. So, but the most popular that between Muslim, they say Al-Bukhari is the most authentic. But Musnad Ahmed, even though it's full of stupid stuff, but this is supposedly is the most authentic actually. However, Muhammad, even he command one of his disciples, or let's say companions, to learn the language, the Hebrew and the Aramaic, so he can master reading those books for him. All right.
Yeah, Zayd, right? The scribe. Yeah.
So what is the question?
Like I wanted you to read the hadith to see if it's like I'm not misunderstanding, because I couldn't really believe when I read it that this is true, because he's telling him you should recite the Torah. But if it's a corrupt book, why will you tell your companion to read it and to take guidance from it? This is stupid, right? Doesn't make any sense.
You know, that story in the Hadith, it's proving many things for us. That Muhammad companion, they know how to write, how to read, correct?
Yes.
Secondly, how the Quran says that Muhammad is the Ummi and the followers are Ummi too, which means literate. So obviously the Quran, when you use the word Ummi, does not mean they do not know how to read and how to write, but it's about they are not from the nation.
Is the ignorant?
Yeah, they are the ignorant, exactly. Ignorant about what? Ignorant about the Torah and the Bible, you know? So they are ignorant. And then if you go to the Hadith, he says that the people of the book, they used to read their books in the in their language, and then they explain it to people in Arabic. And then Muhammad, he said to them, don't believe them and don't accuse them of lying. And this is in Sahih Muslim, if you know the Hadith. So
yeah, it's like don't believe or disbelieve. Just say we believe in what said.
So Muhammad is not able to, and Muhammad is not able to refute, because simply he and his followers are ignorant. It's like going to a debate with somebody, he's knowledgeable and you know nothing. So he said to them, don't believe them and don't accuse them of lying, because he don't know what he's talking about. So when he asked them to read the Torah, simply he is trying to make them more knowledgeable, so they can, let us say, understand what they are talking about. Like, you know, let's say I have followers who they are not a bunch of donkeys, all right?
To be able to defend themselves, yeah. But I mean, even still,
he forbid them. He forbid them from debating the Christians and the Jews, because simply they will lose.
Because the rabbi came to Aisha and said to her like, I find 600 years difference between Aaron and Mary, and then like Aisha said to him, you lied. So even at that time, like when the Christians are coming there, they get them, you know, they defeat them in like debate every single time. So eventually Muhammad starts saying to them, okay, like just leave them, don't try and refute them, because obviously.
And then he tried to fix it by saying, oh, they used to call them by their ancestors, great prophet, etc., to fix it, but it was too late, because now he have more evidence that this is what he meant, because simply he claimed that Umran, which is the father of Musa, is the father of Mary. So it's not only one verse in the Quran, the whole chapter is called Ali Umran, right?
And this is after it happened, you know, but the person who, you know, his wife is the one he's teaching the Quran to. She thought this is what he meant. So obviously this is only after, you know, he got caught in lying, and now he has to change. But shouldn't Allah say that from the start, if that's what he meant, right?
Say again what I did not get you.
Yeah, sorry, I said if this is what he meant, then Allah should say from the start, you know, this is the name we used to call like by the forefathers, etc. But Aisha herself, the one who, you know, she's the wife of Muhammad, she thought this is what it meant, right? This is like clear evidence.
Yeah, obviously, because when she said you lied, she obviously expressing clear action that this is what she understood from Muhammad. In the same time, remember, the Quran says that you call people only by the name of their fathers, not by any. You know. Yep. So, and you know, if we talk about the bloodline, we cannot say that, because simply Mary is not from the same tribe of Musa's. She's not.
Exactly.
And in the top of that, a Muslim, he can say, well, you know what, the Torah, the Quran, call Abraham to be our father. But this is, we know that this is about the father by faith, not the father of the Muslims, because simply he have nothing to do with them. But is Aaron is the father of their faith? Same time, is Mary is Mary in the age of Aaron to say the sister? Because if I am saying calling by the ancestor, then I should say the daughter of Aaron. You know what I mean?
You don't say, yeah, it doesn't make sense.
But I am saying the sister. You know, the sister.
Like
the sister.
Direct family relation.
They claim that Muhammad is from the sons of Ishmael. Can I say Muhammad is a brother of Ishmael?
No.
Okay. But Ishmael in Islam is a prophet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So why Muhammad is not the brother of Ishmael? Because simply that would be stupid. All right. So when the Quran speaks about your father Abraham, we are speaking about the father of the prophets. You know, because the Old Testament says to Abraham, I will make you a father of a great nations. Right? I will make you a father of a great nations. So that is Abraham. But Muhammad is not, even that will not work for Muhammad, because Muhammad is not from Abraham. And we can prove it. If you go in the Quran, you will see the Quran saying that Abraham never been in Mecca.
I think even in like At-Tabari, it says like we can't like trace his lineage back more than like a few generations. So even according to like the books of tafsir, they can't prove that he's from this like bloodline.
If we go and try to find the lineage, we will see the Muslims, they fabricate, but there's nowhere in the Quran. The Quran doesn't say even who's Muhammad. You know, they don't know
exactly.
Muhammad. It says Muhammad, doesn't say he's born where, doesn't say who's his parents, doesn't say anything. But then if you go in
even calling him by different names.
If you go, I will give you a verse which is obvious, will debunk that Muhammad from Abraham, will debunk that Abraham, he built the Kaaba, all this garbage. If chapter 42, verse number 52, you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Can you read for us to give me a break from talking?
No problem. And thus we have sent to you, Muhammad, an inspiration and mercy of our command. You knew not what is the book, nor what is faith. We have made this Quran a light, which we guide whosoever of our slaves we will. And verily, you, Muhammad, are guiding mankind to the straight path.
All right. So Muhammad do not know what is what? What is faith?
Yeah, and faith.
So what was his faith? He don't know what his faith is. He don't know what a book. So he never saw a book. He never received a book. He never read a book. And he don't have faith. So Muhammad was pagan. All right.
I think even in the Quran it says like he's dull, like he's lost. Yeah.
Yeah. But then you will see in the Quran, it says that Allah never sent anyone before you to Mecca as a warner or a messenger. So how Muhammad is claiming that Abraham is the one who built the Kaaba and Ishmael was there, right? And then we never sent to your people any warner before you. You see, if the Quran did not say the word before you, I can say maybe they are talking about Muhammad time. But when the Quran mentioned the word before you, it is too late to fix it, because it's speaking about the past, not only the present. So here we go in this Quran, we will find this. قبلك من نذير. Hold on.
No problem.
Yeah. All right. So read carefully. How many verses? So here, they never have any before you, anyone, those people, they never have anyone before you to warn them about God. Okay. But in chapter 34, verse number 44, it makes it even more clear that those people, they never been given a book, and they never have any warner before you. So how Abraham and Ishmael were in Mecca?
Yeah, because I mean, this is a contradiction. Because if they were there, then they received messenger already.
Exactly.
Right?
That means there is not only that, the Quran confirmed that Abraham have a book. Abraham have a book. It says Suhafu Ibrahim, which is not an Arabic word.
And by the way, Ibrahim, even changes the name what they call him in the Quran.
I know, but chapter 87, it says what? Suhufi Ibrahim wa Musa. The scriptures of Ibrahim and Musa. So Abraham have scriptures. So how they never receive if Abraham was there? He's the one who built the Kaaba. His son Ishmael continue after him to be a messenger of God, prophet of God. Yet it says in the Quran that before Muhammad, not in the time of Muhammad only, before Muhammad, which means all the time before Muhammad, they never receive any message or messenger.
This is just a lie, yeah, because obviously, I mean, Muhammad did not remember what he said in one verse,
Exactly.
compared to the other verse.
It's a foolish man. He make poo-poo. That's why he said to them, erase what I say. But they did not erase everything. There's many things still there.
Even in the Tafsir as-Suyuti, it says one day Muhammad he abrogates something and the next day he changes what he said, right?
من من آية ننسها Allah he caused them to forget. Why he want to make them forget? Because simply Muhammad he made a poo-poo. Yeah, he made a poo-poo in the morning. He want them to forget about it at night. Even the Arab, they says the prophet he by night he enjoy his followers something. By the morning he he cancel it. Because simply he make a poo-poo. He see the reaction of people. He say, oh, I made a poo-poo. You know what? My God, he gave me abrogation. Why Allah he made a mistake? And look how stupid this verse is. It says we bring better one or similar. Look how stupid is that. Allah will make Quran better than the Quran. And then what's similar? What do you mean similar?
Similar.
Why you want to make it similar? Why you want to delete it if it's similar? Because he cannot even Muhammad remember. Because here to cover up other problem, Muhammad when he recite the Quran he cannot recite it the same way. That's why he made the Quran sent to me in many ways. So he said, okay, similar. Oh, this is similar. The one I gave you, Prophet. That's not what you said to us yesterday. Oh, no problem. This is similar.
Actually, even the Hadith says they come to Muhammad and they start fighting each other, they grab each other by the neck and they say
because they were.
Muhammad said.
And you notice he never told them before that Allah gave him Quran in 7 ways.
Only when this happened, only when they catch him, then they make this
until he got busted. All right, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us.
Just one question before I go. I'll make it quick.
All right.
I wanted to ask about the breastfeeding for adult verse and the abrogation, right? It says in the Hadith when Muhammad died, this verse is still there in the Quran, right? And then it doesn't. And then Aisha she started practicing that with other people. But this doesn't make sense anyway, because isn't it the Quran says the mother of the believers is haram for everyone? So why does she need to do breastfeeding for anyone?
No, Aisha she did not. Aisha she ordered, the Hadith says, she ordered her sisters. She ordered her sisters to do so. Yeah, and look how funny. So now my sister, she will breastfeed you. It's like me did that. So Aisha she come with a trick. I have a sister cow. And you know how this religion says that adoption is forbidden, and then just because somebody he drank the milk of somebody, he become their son. But in the case of breastfeeding for adult, that will not consider adoption, because still the man he can have sex with you. So what the point of this? Nothing. If you go right now and search, do breastfeeding for adult forbid sexual relationship between a man and woman? They will say no, because only what forbid is something happened when you are an infant under 2 years old.
I mean, I think Muhammad is making a joke of those Muslims, because even in the Hadith it says he started laughing when he saw the woman
he was making fun of that woman, and then he stuck with it, because simply now Muslim they hear that he did that, so he cannot take it back, And then the story about the goat eating the verse is a mockery, because all right, the goat ate the verse. But did the goat eat your memory?
Yeah, why can no one recite the verse, you know? Just
Yeah,
because the
why
goat ate
don't
doesn't change anything.
obviously they are the one who deleted it, you know. So because you know the Muslim always they claim that we memorize the whole Quran, right? That's what they say. Okay, give me the verse about breastfeeding for adult. So what if the goat ate it? And what happened to the preserved Quran? It turned to be the goat can delete the Quran. A goat, not even army of Jews or Christians. So, and this is authentic. So the goat ate the Quran. Okay, now how that erase your memory?
Exactly. The funniest thing as well is
the
these
verse?
verses were abrogated in recitation, but not ruling.
Yeah, it's just many dummy, stupid things, and you try to. It's you know, Islam is a duct tape, like let us say basket. You know those basket they make them from wood, so they have a billion. There's no way to put water in it, right? Because simply it's not made for that. There's a million hole in it. So what the Muslims they do, they wrap it with duct tape, duct tape, duct tape, duct tape to the point you can't see the basket. So they try to hold to hide the basket so you don't see how many holes in it. And then we have someone like Yasser Qadhi, he says, oh, well, the standard narrative has holes, right? So what we do, we try to duct tape the holes.
The funny thing as well, they say this hadith is because of like Ibn Ishaq. They say it's weak because he's like a. But the funniest is, right? If we don't take this hadith, we don't have any explanation of what happened to the verse because simply it's gone. It's not there. This is the only hadith explains like what happened to the verse, right? And Ibn Ishaq, how can he be weak? He's the guy who wrote the biography of Muhammad. They're saying even he's a liar, right? The hypocrisy is crazy.
The whole idea of
this
Islam is based that Allah is weak. Because if Allah, yeah, because if Allah, He sent 124,000 messenger, correct? And
exactly.
each one of them, He gave him a book, correct? And then there's only one book survived. Allah is the biggest loser. So imagine we play chess, me and you, and then you win 123,999 time, and then I won once. And according to this, you are a loser. I am the winner.
But Muhammad still, his book still corrupt. Like Muhammad still corrupted his own book, right? Because as we see, we don't have the verse of breastfeeding for adults anywhere.
There's no book. There's no book. The
again.
Quran is not. It never was a book. The Quran is a collection of stories, and nobody knows where is the book. There's no book. Never was a book. In fact, you know, the way I see the Quran, it's like somebody have a papers. He was writing something, and then somebody opened the door of the apartment, and then you have your window open, and then all the paper fly, and then they collected the water, the papers, and they put them together. That's why page 1 doesn't fit with page 2. You know what I mean?
So yes, nothing is coming in chronological order. They don't even know the order.
There's no,
in fact,
there's nothing like there's no connection between the verse and the verse after it. What is the connection? What is this? Which chapter there's a connection with each other? سنقرؤك فلا تنسى. Okay, hold on. It says if you the Muslim they say سنقرؤك, I mean we will recite to you. It's false because قرأ coming from reading. But you will not forget. And then we find the hadith says Muhammad forgot the Quran. And then we find the Quran says we will make you forget the Quran.
And the funniest about this, in the hadith, it says Muhammad, he saw a guy praying, and the guy praying, he reminded Muhammad. So he made Muhammad forget specifically.
Not only he said, remind me.
Him.
He said, remind me in the chapter, etc., etc. I forgot them. Not only remind me, because I can say, okay, now you remind me of a story in my childhood. Doesn't mean I forget, right? No, he said the word I forgot. He mentioned that I forgot. Yeah.
And thank you for the one who reminded me of such and such verses.
Such and such, yeah, you know, such and such. Don't remind me of such and such. I mean, this is alone. I should make a book and publish it called Kada wa Kada. You know, that will be very popular. You know, Kada wa Kada. So I learned from the Prophet such and such, and he said such and such, and then such and such if you do such and such. And then when the Prophet says, when such and such come to you, I will give you verses as such and such. I mean, it's the best way to explain anything. The religion
and also, like, I was gonna say, those Muslim, like, when they were collecting Quran or like trying to collect the Quran after Muhammad died, Muhammad said, take the recitation from Ibn Masood, correct? But they kicked this guy off the team. Like, he's not even on the team.
Right.
They take the recitation from a guy called Hafs. Ibn Masood is not there, and they kicked him off, and he told the people to hide the Quran from Uthman. But like Muhammad said, if anyone wants to read the Quran as it has been revealed, you have to recite it according to Ibn Masood. So even they don't even listen to the command of Muhammad. This is how a hypocrite they became.
But you know,
they don't listen.
I'm going to give you something will silence you as a kafir for the rest of your life. Read this in front of us and explain it to us. I challenge you.
Who used to visit Anas, and he used to talk to us about the Ansar, and he used to say to me, your people did so and so on such and such day, and your people did so and so on such and such day.
And what happened? So imagine we have a book, it says, a Bible, it says, you're Christian, in order to go to God, you have to do such and such and so and so. And if you do so and so and such, your sin will be forgiven. So I say to you, all of you, audience, you better do such and such. And if you do then so and so, you know what? You are going to so and so place, and you will be given such and such. Because the God who is such and such, he is destined to do you so and so, and he will reward you with such and such. Repent now with so and so, otherwise God will punish you with such and such. I think the message is so clear, you know. And we find tons of mockery. This is not nothing but a stupidity, you know. It's a clear sign of a stupidity. Such and such, you know. Look at this one. So I will lease something from you until reach Mecca for such and such payment, and I travel a month of such and such, and then something that he had, I will give you such and such in addition. And then such,
genius, man. We're very amazing
such
wisdom.
And such. Such and such, you know, like this religion of such and such, you know, like they used to do such and such. Look how many times. I mean, all of this is a religion. And remember, the Quran is so clear, you know. If we type the word such, how many times the word appear? Such and such.
Also, this hadith, by the way, it says, I forbid you to drink intoxicants, but the Quran never said it's banned. It said, like, ishtanibu, like it's, you know,
ishtanibu,
stay away.
Avoid it. Yeah.
Didn't say it's banned.
And then the same Quran says that this is from the work of Shaitan, and then he promised you a river of wine.
And even says like wa'ayatan, like it's a miracle of God. Yeah,
it's a miracle of God. Yeah. I don't know if you saw when this potato, what his name, Nader Ahmed, he called me, and he wanna show me a miracle in the Quran that Allah he forbid alcohol. So I asked him a question: is alcohol bad or good? Watch it. He would die laughing. No.
This guy, Nader Ahmed, I've seen other debates of this guy. He's clueless. Yeah, this guy is so ignorant when it comes to Islam. He debates a lot about terrorism, right? And terrorism and like killing in Islam. And he said, when you go to war, you have to do like a spot check to make sure you don't kill any civilians in Islam. When Muhammad himself saying in the hadith, the Muslims, they came to him, they asked him, like, we kill the children in the night raids.
Right.
And he said to them, like, they are from them, right? So like it doesn't matter, like, you know, we don't care.
There are him, yes. But this guy Nader Ahmed, he is the one who agreed with me that Muhammad have sex with the goat. So I was debating him a long time ago in Paltalk. He said to me, which one is better? The one, okay, my prophet have sex with the goat. Isn't it better than your Bible says smash the head of the babies? So he agreed. He agreed. Like, even when he called me last time, I mentioned that to him. He never dared to say I did not say it. You know, you watch the video. I said, you are the one who said to me, it's you know, you admit that your prophet have sex with the goat. He said, "Is it better than your Bible says smash the head of the." This is what the Bible says that. This is a Jew. He is praying, cursing the enemy to smash the head of their baby, the same as they did to them. This is not God. This is a Jew speaking. But for him, my prophet, he have sex with the goat. So what? Is it better than your Bible says smash the head of the babies? And then
so he admitted.
He admitted, absolutely. But then he took the debate, he posted in his channel. He says, every bad things Christian Prince said about the prophet, I took it away. So what is left of the debate? The whole debate is about Muhammad is a sex maniac. So anything, warning, anything Christian Prince he said about Prophet Muhammad badly, I took it away from the debate. So what is left? Nothing. No.
That's a very good editing from Nadir. He wanted to remove the part.
This guy,
it's embarrassing.
This guy Nadir Ahmed, once he, you know, he was debating this Shamshun. So he was debating him where in a blog. So in the blog, there is a guy, his name Shamshun, and the other guy, his name is Nadir Ahmed. Nadir Ahmed, he hit Shamshun with a question. Shamshun, he cannot answer it. And then later, the owner of the blog, he found that both person are coming from one IP. So Nadir Ahmed, he created two names in the blog. He don't know that the blog owner, he can see your IP. So he make a post as Shamshun, and he defeat Shamshun. And then Shamshun, he answer, he gave a stupid answer. And he admit that the Bible have errors. But the stupid Nadir Ahmed do not know that this was the same IP, which means the same. It might be not Nadir Ahmed, I know, but obviously he was using the name of Nadir Ahmed, was using the name of Shamim, but it's the same person. Abdul, what do you expect? Yeah.
Nadir is the biggest scam. Like this guy, how long did he debate Islam for? Like 20 years or something. This guy doesn't know one word of Arabic. He can't even say the name of his prophet. Yeah, so this guy is a scam, obviously.
But you know, for me, he is fun. Like, you know, if you want to have some nice laughing comedy, he's fine. You know, like he cannot survive with me for long. But if you want to have some comedy, it's good to have him.
Do you have the hadith about the sex with the goat?
The sex with the goat, you can search in, because in translated in Google to English. You speak Arabic?
Yeah, I can search in Arabic. Would you
okay.
the like
جهادها بين شعابها الأربعة. Type it. جهادها.
Is authentic hadith does it have a grade?
Yeah, for sure. It's otherwise why they are even in the it's explained, I think, in Fath al-Bari. Hold on. جهادها and as بين let us see.
But like even Da'if hadith is not rejected. Just means it's not like not 100% confirmed. Like they don't have evidence to say it's like for sure it's true. But still, it's not like rejected.
I see this is even mentioned in Sahih Muslim and explained by An-Nawawi. If you read the explanation of the Nawawi, you will die laughing. إذا جلس بين شعابها الأربع ومس الختان الختان فقد وجب الغسل. And then if you read the interpretation, you will see why it is a big problem. Women don't have four legs. They don't.
This reminds me, by the way, of the, you know how it says in the book of like Malik, if you go on the Hajj and you had sex with a goat, it doesn't break your Hajj.
Yeah, if you have sex, if you have sex with an animal, you're right. Yeah. And then there is explanation. Let's see. If I can find. Even they speak about women using sex toys, having sex with dead or alive. Yeah, all those things is explained by An-Nawawi. Very, very disgusting stuff.
Anyway, my friend, thank you very much for having me. Sorry if I took like too much time.
No problem. You are welcome.
Thank you, my friend. Have a nice day.
You're welcome. God bless you. All right. I think we have enough for today. I hope we have a good time. Did we? We are here for many hours. I have many things to do, and I got to go soon. All right. So, guys, I want to say thank you all for being here. I hope you have a good time. Don't forget to leave your comment. Yeah, I will leave it up for some time. You know me. I delete my videos. I do like laundry from time to time because YouTube, they like me. They find any reason to oppress my channel. All right. And my advice to AB and David Wood: next time, don't compromise. Don't friend somebody he is mentally ill, because a mentally ill is mentally ill, and he will not be wise with you. All right. Stay away from people who they are not wise, because don't expect anything from someone not wise except foolishness. Never compromise. You compromise once, they will ask you for more. If you think you can push evil away by compromising, you are mistaken. The evil will ask for more. The second something bad, it's bad, you have to say it's bad, otherwise they will never have enough of it. And this goes for anything in life. If your son did something wrong and you let it go, tomorrow will do more wrong. And then one day he will become out of control because you compromise a lot, and now it's too late. And that goes for everything. Your wife, your husband, everything. If your husband is cheating on you, and you are married to a cheater, and you let it happen, you don't never complain. You compromise. So you are accomplished with a cheater. If your wife is cheating on you and you let it go, then what is next? You became a pimp. So compromising in religion, compromising in ethic, compromising in any kind of relationship is dangerous, because it's not going to stop there. The one you are being submissive to, surrendering to, he is evil already, and he will not stop there. He will step on you. All right? So I hope they learn their lesson and they learn something from it. All right? And we pray for this idiot Shamshun to get smarter and to become a man of God one day. Because a man of God don't do what he do. He don't. And I want you, all of you, many of those who they are well known in the internet, don't put your trust on them, including me, because one day you might be very disappointed. You trust only your Lord. For there's many Judas, and you do not know them. There's many that speak so good, but they are so bad. There's many even they would do miracles in his name, but the Lord will not accept them. They will say to them, depart away from me. If you trust only the Lord, you will never be disappointed. If you trust man, that is your foolishness, because men change. The good can turn bad, and the bad can turn good. Paul one day used to be going after Christians. The same man, he was bad. Peter one day, the Messiah himself says to him, stay away from me, Satan. Satan, not sinner, Satan. But that is Peter. So men, they change. Men, they can betray. Men and women. But there's one person will never change. That is the Lord. So you put your trust in the Lord, not on the man, otherwise you will be so disappointed. Very disappointed. And then what will happen? You will lose your faith. Because you connected faith to a person, and he is not God. If you believe that Christianity is a priest, a name of a priest, and then the priest later turned to be a child molester like Muhammad, that will make you lose your faith, because you connected this to that. Christ is not me, is not him, is not she. You judge Christianity by Christ, not by anyone he claimed to be Christian. You judge me for my fruits, but never judge Christ by me. What Christ have to do with me? How in the world he can judge Christianity by Christian Prince? If you do so, you're a fool. I can judge Islam by Muhammad, but not by a guy, his name is Potato Tomato Muhammad, in the street. Can the Muslim say to me, Muhammad is not a good Muslim? Can they? So if you want to judge Christianity, you judge Christ. And then if his fruit is good, then he is good. If his fruit is bad, then he's bad. Otherwise, followers by name are exist in every cult, in every religion, truth or false. The fruits, my friend. And the Lord, our Messiah, he proved to us that his fruit is good. He never commits sin, he never did sin, he never promotes sin. His life is a miracle, his act is a miracle, his birth is a miracle, and his miraculous God. So always need to remember, don't ever think that Christianity is somebody he called himself a Christian. Christianity is what Christ is, not what a man say. Christianity is not the Pope, is not the Protestant priest or Orthodox priest. Only Christ. That's why it's called a Christianity, not Popati, not Papa, not Petery, not Pauli, not Christian Princey, not David Woody, never apostate prophet, whatever. Christianity is a Christ. So if you want to be always victorious, join the crusade and make your sword the word of God. By his word we are victorious. When the Lord, he says, not by bread only, man live alone. He was quoting from the Old Testament, speaking of. And you don't live by the word of a priest or the words of a pope, because many of them, they are deceivers. The only way to avoid deceivers and deceiving is the Bible. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic power over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. It's amazing. It's like we are talking about today. It fit for every day. This is what the Christians, they will face in every day, today, yesterday, and tomorrow. And always when you are doing work of God, Satan will try to take you down. He will try to tempt you. He will try to corrupt you. And if you could not do any of those, he will send somebody to attack you. He have many tools. He have many servants. And you have to have the arm and the armor of God to be ready to confront the devil and his babies. And man, oh man, there are too many. Thank you all for being here. May the Lord bless you, and until we see you soon again. God is good, so is Jesus, and we are the crusade. See ya.